Chapter 1900. In his dantian, the two saint hearts were operating at full power. The saint power slowly grew stronger and flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. Lu Ming's injuries started to heal. On the other side, Luo Xiang's situation was very similar to Lu Ming's. The giant sword could actually split into sword sources and fly to Luo Xiang, which were absorbed by his sword spirit. Luo Xiang sat there without moving. He was like an old monk in meditation, cultivating wholeheartedly. No. Sword Sha screamed and kept exploding. He wanted to resist, but it was useless in the end. He couldn't move at all. He seemed to be restrained. As the sword sources in his giant sword kept being absorbed, his ability to resist became weaker and weaker. However, there were too many sword sources in the giant sword. It was endless. It couldn't be absorbed in a short time. Time flew by quickly. Day after day passed. With Lu Ming's spiritual body strength, his injuries were healed after a day. He then used the sword source's power to refine his true origin and improve his cultivation. Every time the sword source's power was refined, 2 more sword sources would fly to him and be devoured by Lu Ming. As time passed, Lu Ming's cultivation became stronger and stronger. He was close to becoming an absolute saint. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months, the endless sword sources in Sword Sha's hand were almost completely absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor's sword and the giant sword. Lu Ming also refined many sword sources. His cultivation had reached the peak of the supreme saint realm. He was very close to becoming an absolute saint. It wasn't that easy to become an absolute saint. Although Lu Ming had refined many sword sources during this time, he still hadn't broken through. He needed an opportunity. However, Lu Ming was already very satisfied. It was very difficult for a supreme saint to become an absolute saint. It needed a long time to accumulate. Without enough accumulation, it was impossible to improve. Take Autumn Moon, for example. When Lu Ming saw Autumn Moon was already a peak supreme saint. But now, she still hadn't become an absolute saint. She was accumulating. Only after accumulating to a certain extent would one be able to make a breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, given that Lu Ming had cultivated 2 sacred hearts, he would not be able to break through to the absolute saint realm without a few years of accumulation. But now, Lu Ming had completed several years of accumulation in just 3 months. The Celestial Emperor's sword had absorbed a large amount of sword origin. There was a layer of faint white light on it, looking incomparably mysterious. On Luo Xiang's back, the giant sword also emitted a dazzling sword light. On the surface of the sword, there were mysterious runes flowing. No, I can't accept this, Sword Emanations muttered to himself. At that moment, his aura was extremely weak, and he was extremely weak. When the last sword origin was absorbed, the Celestial Emperor's sword shook and withdrew all of its aura. It turned back into an ordinary stone sword and flew into Lu Ming's forehead. It floated in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the Celestial Emperor's sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. But after Lu Ming injected his saint power into it, he realized that the Celestial Emperor's sword didn't react at all. Is this really the Celestial Emperor's sword? I can't unleash its power at all. Lu Ming was speechless. He put the Celestial Emperor's sword back into his sea of consciousness. At that moment, the giant sword on Luo Xiang's back shook as if it was going to break out of the ground. The light on the sword became even more dazzling. An even stronger suction force enveloped Sword Emanations. Sword Emanations was terrified. He screamed, No. He struggled wildly, but it was all in vain. His body flew toward the giant sword and disappeared into it. Clang! The giant sword buzzed, and the entire valley shook violently. Lu Ming flew out of the deep pit and stood in the air to watch from afar. The giant sword shook more and more violently. Finally, it rushed out of the ground and flew into the sky. After circling in the air, it rushed directly toward Luo Xiang. When it got close to Luo Xiang's body, it became smaller and smaller. It entered Luo Xiang's glabella and disappeared. At that moment, Luo Xiang opened his eyes. A powerful aura was emitted. Great sage perfection. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Luo Xiang's cultivation had also reached the great sage perfection. It seemed that Luo Xiang had also obtained a great opportunity because of this giant sword. Moreover, Lu Ming discovered that Luo Xiang's spiritual body was also extraordinary. It had evolved to the point of a mid-level spiritual body. Back then, when Lu Ming first met Luo Xiang, his spiritual body was only an inferior spiritual body. 15 years to nurture a sword soul. It's really not simple. Lu Ming whispered. He had long felt that Luo Xiang was not simple. He had already mastered the law of speed, which was one of the laws of the king. Now that his cultivation had reached the great sage perfection, he had obtained the giant sword and cultivated a magical sword soul. His combat strength was definitely terrifying. Luo Xiang got up and looked at Lu Ming. He smiled and said, Lu Ming, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here after we parted in Xianxia. I also didn't expect to see you here. What's going on with you guys? And your master? At this point, Lu Ming paused and sighed. My master, he must have fallen. Luo Xiang said with a sad look in his eyes. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and said, he seems to have lost his spiritual consciousness. His soul is no longer there. His soul was destroyed by the sword spirit. Luo Xiang said, Lu Ming, let's leave this place first. We'll talk as we go. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. He then shot up in the sky with Luo Xiang and flew into the abyss. They then flew toward the exit of the sword tomb. Along the way, they did not encounter any accidents. Soon, they flew out of the sword tomb and into the distance. Along the way, Luo Xiang told Lu Ming about their encounter after they escaped from Xianxia. After they escaped from Xianxia, they did not go to the ancient moon's sacred ground. Instead, they followed a caravan and took the teleportation formation to the vicinity of the Tai sword tomb. Later on, Luo Xiang followed the life and death sword sect leader to the sword tomb to cultivate and accidentally entered the abyss. The sword spirit had been planning to attract other martial artists and use their blood as a sacrifice to the sword. In addition to the energy of the sword origin, it had broken through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore, the sword spirit had split into a sword spirit and destroyed the life and death sword sect leader's soul to control him. As Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul, he was protected by the giant sword. Moreover, Luo Xiang had cultivated a sword soul and used it to destroy the sword spirit's sword spirit. Therefore, the sword spirit had thought that Luo Xiang was dead. In fact, Luo Xiang was still alive and had formed a connection with the giant sword. However, with his strength alone, he was no match for the sword spirit. In the end, the sword of the heavenly emperor had appeared and released a powerful force to attract the sword spirit. Only then did Luo Xiang make his move. He cooperated with the giant sword and attacked the sword spirit. Lu Ming was enlightened. He finally understood the cause and effect. Luo Xiang could be considered to have profited from the disaster and obtained a great fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, the life and death sword sect leader had died, and this made Luo Xiang feel sad. The two of them flew more than 10,000 miles away and landed on a mountain peak. Lu Ming summoned the autumn moon from the mountain river painting. Chapter 1901. After Autumn Moon heard this, she was also quite surprised. She didn't expect that the sword of Celestial Emperor that Lu Ming pulled out in Celestial City would play a big role here and save them. Autumn Moon, the ingredients are ready. Why don't we refine the spirit recovery pill here? Lu Ming said. Since the ingredients were ready, Lu Ming wanted to refine the spirit recovery pill as soon as possible. Moreover, Luo Xiang's cultivation had skyrocketed, and he needed time to consolidate it. It was better to refine it here. Anyway, the environment here was more secluded, and there was no need to be afraid of being disturbed. And that works too. Autumn Moon nodded. Her eyes flashed with anticipation. She also wanted to know what was the memory that was taken away from her. When a person knew that a part of their memory was taken away and was blank, they would always think about it and be curious. This would also cause an obsession in their heart, which would affect their cultivation. Immediately, Lu Ming took out the Great Pill Development Furnace and then recited the refining method of the Spirit Recovery Pill in his heart. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took out all the ingredients one by one. The Spirit Recovery Pill was a very high-grade and rare pill. It was also very complicated to refine. It was a slow process that couldn't be rushed. Lu Ming threw the first type of material into the Great Evolution Cauldron and began tempering. When the first ingredient was almost refined, he put in the second ingredient according to the order and began refining. He let the two ingredients fuse together in a strange way. Of course, the ingredients in the beginning were all auxiliary ingredients. As for Luo Xiang and Autumn Moon, they sat cross-legged on both sides of Lu Ming, a few miles apart. They were cultivating while guarding Lu Ming. Time passed day by day. This time, he used half a month's time to refine the medicine. Clang! Half a month later, with a thought, Lu Ming opened the lid of the furnace and an elixir flew out. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He reached out and sucked the pill into his hand. Lu Ming examined it carefully. It really was the Spirit Recovery Pill. It was exactly the same as recorded in the prescription. After spending half a month, he finally succeeded in refining it. In a flash, Autumn Moon and Luo Xiang appeared in front of Lu Ming. Autumn Moon looked at the pill in Lu Ming's hand with anticipation. Autumn Moon, the Spirit Recovery Pill has been successfully refined. Take it, Lu Ming said. All right. Autumn Moon nodded, took the pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Let's hope it works. Lu Ming clenched his fists nervously. The Soul Recovery Pill might not be able to restore Autumn Moon's memories. There was also a possibility of failure. If he failed, then it would be difficult to find the materials for the Spirit Recovery Pill again. However, Autumn Moon had been with him all this time, and it did have some effect. This could also increase the success rate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang stood by the side and waited. There was a layer of light on Autumn Moon's body. The law of yin and yang circulated continuously. It was obvious that she was refining the pill. 3 days later, Autumn Moon opened her eyes. Had she recovered? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Qiao Yu's eyes were initially filled with confusion. Slowly, her eyes regained their luster. She looked at Lu Ming and suddenly revealed a happy smile. She moved and pounced on Lu Ming, throwing herself into Lu Ming's arms. Young Master, Autumn Moon remembers you. Young Master, you finally came to find Autumn Moon. As she spoke, Autumn Moon's tears flowed down, wetting Lu Ming's clothes. Autumn Moon, have you recovered your memories? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Autumn Moon rubbed Lu Ming's body a few times, wiping her tears on Lu Ming's clothes. Then, she blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming, saying, Young Master, I have recovered. What happened before, please don't blame Autumn Moon. She was referring to Autumn Moon's attitude towards him. When they first met, she even treated Lu Ming as an opponent. Don't blame? Of course, you should blame me. How dare you treat your young master like this? You should be punished, Lu Ming deliberately said with a straight face. Then how should I punish you? Autumn Moon asked softly. What do you think? Lu Ming smiled. Autumn Moon suddenly stepped forward and kissed Lu Ming's lips. Then, she glanced at Luo Xiang beside her. Luo Xiang's eyes immediately darted around, deliberately looking in other directions as if he couldn't see anything. Is this okay? Autumn Moon's face blushed, and her voice became lower and lower. Girl, I haven't seen you for a long time, but you're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. However, he was also happy. Autumn Moon's memories had finally recovered. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as more than 10 years ago. Autumn Moon stuck out her tongue and made a face. Autumn Moon, let's go back to the Origin Mountain Academy, Lu Ming said with a smile. Young Master, I'm afraid we can't go back yet. As soon as I recover my memories, I felt that my spirit embryo was bright. It seems that I'm about to break through to the Supreme Saint realm. If we miss this time, Autumn Moon said softly. You're about to break through? Lu Ming was delighted, but he wasn't too surprised. Autumn Moon had already reached the perfected stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. She had been accumulating for a long time, and her accumulation was enough. Now that her memory had recovered, her spirit embryo was bright, and her mind was clear, so it was normal for her to have an opportunity to break through. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do. Your breakthrough is more important. We'll wait for you here. Lu Ming said. The opportunity to break through could only be encountered by chance. If they missed this time, they didn't know when the next time would be. It would be a waste of time. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded and floated up and started to cultivate. Lu Ming and Luo Xiang guarded Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon closed her eyes and sank into a deep level of cultivation. She ignored the outside world and focused on breaking through. Saint power surged on her body, and the law of yin and yang lingered. Every day, her aura would become stronger. Just like that, half a month passed. Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak. Boom! As if something had shattered, a powerful aura burst out from Autumn Moon's body and rushed into the sky. Then, Autumn Moon opened her eyes. With a wave of her hand, a large pile of origin stones appeared. Autumn Moon began to absorb the origin chi of the origin stones and the origin chi of heaven and earth. This process lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, Autumn Moon's aura reached its peak, the aura of an absolute saint. Autumn Moon became an absolute saint first, reaching the initial stage of the absolute saint realm. With Autumn Moon's king body talent, her battle power would definitely skyrocket after becoming an absolute saint. Even Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could defeat Autumn Moon now. After a while, Autumn Moon ended her cultivation. She withdrew her aura and stood up. Autumn Moon, congratulations! Lu Ming walked over and looked at Autumn Moon. He was quite emotional. The girl who had grown up with him had become an absolute saint now. In the vast land of Yuan Mountain, she would be a top genius. Who would have expected something like this? It's all thanks to you, young master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have broken through so quickly. Autumn Moon smiled. Okay, let's go back then. Chapter 1902. Celestial City was always so prosperous. As the #1 holy land of Primordial Mountain, countless powerhouses gathered there. The platform where the Sword of Celestial Emperor was located had lost its former liveliness. Since Lu Ming pulled out the Sword of Celestial Emperor, this place gradually became deserted. Above the platform, a young man stood in the air. This young man was dressed in snow white. His clothes were snow white, and his shoes and socks were also snow white. His black hair was scattered, and his 2 eyes were as dazzling as 2 stars. At this time, this young man exuded a terrifying aura as his eyes stared at the platform. The Sword of Celestial Emperor was pulled out. When did it happen? The young man asked with a cold voice. Beside the young man, there was an old man with a gloomy look in his eyes, and said, "About 5 months ago." "Who is it?" The young man continued to ask. "This person controls the law of primal chaos. He is a very young genius. We have sent someone to investigate. He is the genius of Primordial Mountain Academy, and his name is Lu Ming." The old man replied, "The law of primal chaos. Lu Ming, humph, how dare you take away my Xianxia's sword? You really don't know what's good for you." The young man said, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. It turned out that he was the #1 genius on the Sage King board, the Eternal Son, Xianxia. But that kid is also smart. After taking away the Sword of Celestial Emperor, he disappeared. We have used various methods to inquire, and that kid is not in Primordial Mountain Academy during this period of time. He should be out training. The old man said, "Humph, unless he never returns to Primordial Mountain Academy, my sword will always be mine." Xianxia snorted coldly, then turned around and left. In a citadel outside Celestial City, Lu Ming, Xiaoyu, and Luo Xiang stepped out of the teleportation array. It took them half a month to reach the nearest teleportation area, and then through the teleportation array, they returned to the citadel of Celestial City. Out of the teleportation array, they rose into the air and flew towards Celestial City. Not long after, they returned to Primordial Mountain Academy. Of course, Luo Xiang was not a disciple of Primordial Mountain Academy, so he was naturally stopped, but with his talent, he easily passed the test and became a member of Primordial Mountain Academy. As soon as he entered the Yuan Mountain Holy Court, Lu Ming discovered that the Holy Court was much more lively than before. In the past, many people were in closed-door seclusion in the various cultivation grounds of the Sacred Academy. But now, it seemed that many people have exited their seclusion. Lu Ming was surprised. Not long after, they arrived at the King's Sage Board. The number of people on the King's Sage Board has increased. Autumn Moon said. Lu Ming nodded his head. Previously, there were only about 40 people on the King's Sage Board. Now, there were more than 80 people on the board. The number had doubled. It was obvious that many people had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm during this period of time. They were improving, and so were others. Therefore, in the competition between geniuses, once one stagnated, one would quickly be surpassed by others. So many paragon geniuses. Luo Xiang's eyes glowed with battle intent. The three of them didn't stay for long. After taking a glance, they flew back to their residence. When he returned to his residence, he found that everyone was there. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others gathered together. None of you are cultivating in seclusion? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, you came back just in time. Tomorrow is the Great Emperor's lecture. If you came back a day later, you wouldn't be able to make it. Huang Ling said with a smile. The Great Emperor's lecture. Looks like I'm in luck. Lu Ming smiled. Miss Autumn Moon, has her memory recovered? Huang Ling looked at Miss Autumn Moon with a complicated expression. Yes, I'm in luck this time. I found the materials I needed and refined the soul recovery pill. Miss Autumn Moon's memory has been recovered. Lu Ming said. Everyone came forward to congratulate him. Then, Lu Ming introduced Luo Xiang to everyone. Lu Ming, I heard that you pulled out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Is that true? Long Chun suddenly asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. You have to be careful. Some time ago, the Hung family has been sending people to inquire about you. I heard that Xianxia has already said that the sword of the Heavenly Emperor will be his sword. Now that the Great Emperor's lecture is coming out, many sky prides have come out, including Xianxia. Long Chun frowned. You're afraid that Xianxia will find trouble with me. It doesn't matter. At most, I'll put the sword of the Heavenly Emperor back and see if he can pull it out. Lu Ming laughed. Good idea, huh? Huang Li also laughed. Everyone was either in seclusion or traveling. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, they had a lot of topics to talk about. Some even fought on the spot. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day was the day of the Great Emperor's lecture. The Great Emperor's lecture was set 2 months ago. During this time, almost all the sky prides came out of seclusion. It could be said that it was the busiest day of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. Lu Ming and the others flew to the highest mountain in the depths of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard. The Great Emperor's lecture was at the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a flat land. It was very open. On the flat land, there were tens of thousands of praying mats. At the front of the flat land, there was an old man in a gray robe. He looked very ordinary. He was sitting there with his eyes closed. On the praying mats, many people had already taken their seats, but there was no sound at all. Everyone was holding their breath. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, they looked at the old man, and their hearts trembled. The old man looked very ordinary, but the seat he was sitting on was the seat for the lecture. The one giving the lecture today was the Great Emperor. Needless to say, that old man was a great emperor. The Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard was founded by 3 great emperors, but the great emperors were elusive. After joining the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, they had not seen a great emperor. Now they finally saw one. Lu Ming and the others also held their breath and sat down on some praying mats. Next, more and more sky prides arrived. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a cold aura shrouding him. He looked back and saw a group of sky prides walking in the air. Among them, he saw Luo Pokong, but Luo Pokong was not at the front. In front of Luo Pokong, there was a young man. That person's face was cold, and there was a faint arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Young master, that's Luo Xianxia." Autumn Moon transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. "Luo Xianxia?" A trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Kid, Autumn Moon is mine. You'd better get lost if you know what's good for you. If you don't, you'll die a horrible death." Luo Xianxia's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, he was transmitting his voice. With the great emperor here, no matter how lawless Luo Xianxia was, he would not dare to make a noise. "You think too highly of yourself," Lu Ming replied indifferently, showing a faint disdain. Chapter 1903. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white light flashed past, attracting everyone's attention. A young man in a snow-white robe flew directly to the front seat and sat down. "That's Hung Xinghe." Huang Ling transmitted her voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and remembered that person. He had a feeling that he and Hung Xinghe would have a battle sooner or later. More and more sky prides arrived, and the number of people on the mountain peak continued to increase. In the end, nearly 10,000 people had arrived. However, there were nearly 10,000 people sitting there, but there was no sound at all. No one spoke, and the mountain peak was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The old man did not speak either. He had been resting with his eyes closed. After half an hour, no one came. At that moment, the old man opened his eyes. When the old man opened his eyes, everyone had the illusion that they had suddenly arrived in the starry sky of the universe. But in the next moment, this illusion disappeared without a trace. "All right, almost everyone is here. If there's still anyone who hasn't arrived, we won't wait any longer. Today I will preach." The old man spoke with a gentle voice that sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. This old man was indeed a great emperor. According to legend, the three great emperors who founded the Yuan Mountain Academy were called Heavenly Fire Emperor, Heavenly Chaos Emperor, and Wuxia Emperor. Which one of the three great emperors was this great emperor? "I'm Wuxia. From now on, you can call me Dean Wuxia." The old man smiled slightly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this person was Emperor Wuxia. He was the pinnacle existence in the entire Yuan Mountain. He stood at the top of all living beings and had lived for an unknown number of years. "Now let the preaching begin." Emperor Wu Xiang's voice sounded, and everyone focused their attention. At that moment, a small bell appeared in Emperor Wu Xiang's hand. The small bell flew into the sky and rapidly expanded. Dong! The small bell vibrated and rang. When everyone heard the bell ring, they immediately felt their minds sharpen and their thoughts become more focused. What a wonderful bell! Lu Ming discovered that the effect of this bell was similar to that of the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Then, rays of multicolored light spread out from the small bell. When everyone was enveloped by this multicolored light, their thoughts seemed to become more focused. This is the Bodhi bell. This old man has spent several years absorbing the Bodhi bell's Bodhi chi. The Bodhi chi and the Bodhi bell can greatly increase the speed and efficiency of your Tao comprehension. Emperor Wu Xiang explained. Emperor Wu Xiang really made ample preparations for this lecture. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. No wonder almost all the prodigies in the land of Primordial Mountain gathered at the Primordial Mountain Holy Courtyard. Where else could such treatment be found? The Tao that this old man is talking about is not biased towards a particular law, but the great Tao. There are countless laws in the world, but the great Tao is one. Any law can be comprehended from a great Tao. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own perception. As soon as he finished speaking, his body seemed to have changed. His silhouette disappeared, and he transformed into a world of his own. Boundless sounds could be heard from the world, and boundless light enveloped everyone. This was the most fundamental great Tao, infinitely mysterious. Lu Ming couldn't help but recall that when he participated in the Hunyuan sex assessment, there was a stage called the Abyss of Tao Comprehension. It was very similar to Emperor Wu Xiang's lecture. Both were great Taos that pointed directly to the origin. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and quietly comprehended the Tao. Emperor Wuxiang's lecture lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, Emperor Wuxiang stopped. However, no one woke up. They were all immersed in a deep level of Tao comprehension. Emperor Wuxiang revealed a gentle smile and closed his eyes again. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Boom! A powerful aura rose from one person's body. This person actually made a breakthrough. Not long after, this person opened his eyes. Haha, my cultivation has broken through from the great mastery of the Bright Sage realm to the peak of the Bright Sage realm. This person was ecstatic. He had been stuck at the great mastery of the Bright Sage realm for some time and couldn't break through. However, this time, the great emperor's lecture allowed him to break through. Then he looked around. In the next moment, his face turned ugly. The others were still comprehending the Tao. He was the first person to wake up. The earlier one woke up, the worse one's comprehension was, and the less they comprehended. The young man's excitement from breaking through disappeared without a trace. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Since you finished comprehending the Tao, you may leave. A voice sounded in the young man's mind. It was Emperor Wuxiang's voice. The young man's heart trembled. He hurriedly got up, bowed to the great emperor, and left. However, he didn't go far. He stood in a void far away and watched from afar. He was very curious about who among so many geniuses was the last to wake up. After this young man, more and more people woke up and made breakthroughs in their cultivation. The great emperor's lecture was indeed very effective with the support of the Bodhi Bell. However, most of the people who broke through were in the Bright Sage realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. It wasn't that easy to break through in the Great Sage realm, let alone those above the Absolute Sage realm. On the 20th day, half of the people had woken up and finished comprehending the Tao. Everyone had gained something. The longer they comprehended the Tao, the greater their gains. Like the first young man, those who finished comprehending the Tao left the mountain and watched from afar. Boom! At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from another person's body. A great sage prodigy had made a breakthrough. After that, there were a few other great sage chosen who achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation levels. Of course, the great sage prodigies were able to break through because they were already at the limit of a certain realm and were about to break through. Therefore, when the great emperor gave his lecture, they all broke through their limits and stepped into a higher realm. If they had just broken through a certain realm, it would be difficult for them to break through so quickly. A month later, there were less than 1,000 people left. A month and a half later, there were only about 200 people left. 2 months later, there were only a few dozen people left who were still comprehending the Tao. These last few dozen people could be said to be the ones with the best talent. Most of them had the monarch body and had mastered the monarch Tao. Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, Autumn Moon, and the others were still comprehending the Tao. The monarch body is really amazing. He can actually comprehend it for 2 months. How much can he gain from comprehending the Tao for 2 months? Many people were envious, especially those who finished comprehending the Tao in less than 10 days. Chapter 1904. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. One of the young men surged with holy power, and his aura grew stronger. He's a paragon saint, someone exclaimed. Someone with a king body had become a paragon saint. In fact, someone had already become a paragon saint before this, but it wasn't a king body. Some people had been at the peak of the great saint realm for a long time and had accumulated enough. Now that they had comprehended something during the great emperor's lecture, they directly broke through. However, he was the first to become a paragon saint with a king body. That person took out a large number of origin stones and began to absorb origin chi to improve his cultivation. Breaking through to the paragon saint realm caused a huge commotion, but the remaining people were protected by the great emperor's energy, so they weren't disturbed at all. A few days later, the person who had broken through retracted his aura and opened his eyes. There was joy in his eyes. He had a king body, and now that he had become a paragon saint, his battle prowess had skyrocketed. He could be considered one of the strongest people in the Origin Mountain Academy. He glanced at the remaining people, and his expression darkened. Among the many king bodies, he was the first to finish comprehending. Could it be that his talent was the worst among the king bodies? Impossible. He couldn't accept this. He thought that he had finished comprehending early because of his breakthrough. I'd like to see who will be the last to finish comprehending. Will it be Xianxia, Deathblade, or Lu Ming? His gaze swept across Xianxia, Deathblade, and Lu Ming. He then took a step forward and left the place, watching from afar. After this person, every day, there would be another person with a king body waking up. The cultivation of these king bodies was very high. Some were paragon saints, some were great saints, and the weakest was peak great saints. Many people with king bodies at the Supreme Saint realm had broken through to the next level, but very few absolute saints had broken through to the next level. Boom! Boom! 2.5 months later, a shocking aura erupted from Long Chen's body. He had also broken through from the peak of the Great Saint realm to the Paragon Saint realm. On the second day, a powerful aura also erupted from Huang Ling's body. She had also begun to break through. They had been at the peak of the Great Saint realm for a long time and had been cultivating in the Origin Mountain Academy. The geniuses of Phoenix Palace and Divine Elephant Sect were overjoyed to see the two of them break through one after another. After Huang Ling and Long Chun woke up, Autumn Moon, Luo Xiang, and Huang Li also woke up. Autumn Moon had just become a supreme saint not long ago, so he couldn't break through so quickly. However, he had gained a lot. His cultivation was much closer to the great success of the Supreme Saint realm, and his divine powers had improved a lot. As for Luo Xiang, due to his lack of accumulation, he hadn't broken through to the absolute saint stage. However, he had reached the limit of the complete supreme saint stage. As for Desolate Force, he had reached the level of absolute saint 5 months ago. However, he hadn't broken through yet, but he had reached the limit of absolute saint small success. He wasn't far from absolute saint large success. Every one of them had gained a great deal. As time passed, the remaining king bodies woke up one by one. Suddenly, one of the remaining people who were comprehending the Tao erupted with a shocking aura. Another person made a breakthrough. It was Luo Xianxia. Haha, my elder brother, Luo Xianxia, has made a breakthrough. He's now a perfected absolute saint. Luo Pokong was ecstatic. He had actually reached the peak of the Paragon Saint realm. Many people were shocked. Luo Xianxia was already very powerful. He was ranked 10th on the King Sage board. Of course, the King Sage board wasn't necessarily accurate, but it was still significant. Now that his cultivation had broken through, he was undoubtedly stronger. Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others didn't look too good. Luo Xianxia was destined to be their enemy. His breakthrough was disadvantageous to them. Soon, Luo Xianxia woke up. Humph! After waking up, Luo Xianxia looked at Lu Ming, who was still comprehending the Tao. Cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming, but he didn't dare to do so when he saw Emperor Wu Xiang sitting there cross-legged. If he offended a great emperor, even his grandfather wouldn't be able to protect him. It won't be too late to kill you when you wake up, Luo Xianxia muttered. He then left and watched from afar. 3 months later, only 3 people were still comprehending the Tao. Xianxia, Deathblade, and Lu Ming. As expected, the 3 of them stayed until the end. The Elysian children are indeed extraordinary, someone exclaimed. Humph, it's just that they have been comprehending the Tao for a longer time. It doesn't mean anything. No one can predict their future achievements. A martial monarch flesh harumphed. That's right. Even though the Elysian children are strong, their advantage is no longer as obvious after achieving the martial monarch realm. Besides, their future achievements might not be as outstanding as the martial monarch flesh. In history, many people with martial monarch flesh ended up surpassing the Elysian children. That's right. Even those without martial monarch flesh managed to reach the peak and surpass the Elysian children. The others blurted out. Those standing here were all geniuses with their pride. How could they submit to others so easily? Being in the lead now didn't necessarily mean they would be in the lead in the future. Anything was possible after achieving the martial monarch realm. Another 10 days were gone. On this day, Xianxia and Deathblade both finished comprehending the Tao and opened their eyes. Their cultivations had yet to rank up, as it was said that they had just had a breakthrough before the martial monarch's lecture. They exchanged glances with one another. Their eyes flickered coldly before they glanced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still comprehending the Tao. Deathblade's eyes flickered as he thought of something, before he left the place with a flicker. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes flickered sharply. He had initially thought he would be the last one to finish comprehending the Tao. He did not expect someone to last longer than him. So you're Lu Ming? Hee. Xianxia sneered and took a step forward, flying into the distant sky. Lu Ming was the only one who was still comprehending the Tao. Everyone's gaze landed on Lu Ming's figure. Who would have thought that Lu Ming would last longer than Xianxia and Deathblade? How shocking. Could it be that his talent is higher than Xianxia and Deathblade's? Some discussed among themselves. Humph, who knows if he's just pretending? He's already woken up, but he's still pretending to be comprehending the Tao. Luo Pokong spoke with a jealous look. Are you doubting martial monarch Wuxiang's judgment? For you to say such words, it really makes you look very stupid. Autumn Moon glanced at Luo Pokong and mocked. Autumn Moon had returned to her usual self in front of Lu Ming, obedient. However, in front of others, she behaved completely differently, just like before she lost her memory. Perhaps it was related to her experience during Autumn Moon's time. Luo Pokong's face turned dark, but he couldn't refute. Chapter 1905. At this moment, Lu Ming felt like he was in the middle of a galaxy. He moved around in the galaxy like lightning. At the same time, he kept pointing his finger. Giant chaos fingers were formed and pointed at the stars in the distance. The primal chaos tribulation finger was even larger than a star. Every time it pointed at a star, that star would explode like fireworks, blooming in the universe. It was a spectacular sight. A moment later, Lu Ming stopped. The chaos ring is 90% complete. Lu Ming smiled. He was very satisfied. During this period of time, he had been using the martial monarch's lectures as an excuse to comprehend the chaotic tribulation finger. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%. The higher the level of a divine skill, the harder it was to improve it. The difficulty kept increasing. It would take a long time to improve from 80% to 90% under normal circumstances. However, with the help of the great emperor's teachings, Lu Ming managed to do it. The chaos fingers had improved from 80% to 90%, and its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it would be even more difficult to improve from 90% to the perfection stage. It would take a lot of effort to improve it. My cultivation is about to have a breakthrough too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. He only needed an opportunity to have a breakthrough. Although he had been focusing on comprehending the chaos fingers, his cultivation had also improved. He had finally reached the critical point. In the 4th month, a shocking aura burst out of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming is about to have a breakthrough. He's about to reach the Supreme Saint Realm. Someone exclaimed. Lu Ming's strength was already shocking when he was at the perfection stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. He could even suppress Luo Pokong, who was at the lesser success stage of the Supreme Saint Realm. How strong would he be after reaching the Supreme Saint Realm? Many people were looking forward to it. Lu Ming is finally about to have a breakthrough. The eyes of Huang Ling, Qiu Yu, Long Chun, and the others glittered. Humph, so what if he has a breakthrough? It's more interesting to kill him now. Luo Tsangxiong sneered as his killing intent intensified. As time passed, Lu Ming's aura grew stronger and stronger. With a wave of his hand, a large number of origin stones appeared. His devouring power erupted, and these origin stones turned into rolling origin chi, which he devoured and converted into saint power. A few days later, Lu Ming withdrew all of his aura. He'd officially become an absolute saint. Meanwhile, martial monarch Wuxia, who had been sitting with his legs crossed, opened his eyes and said, "All right, the comprehension is over. The next lecture will be held in 3 years. Another martial monarch will be here then." After saying that, Emperor Wuxiang's figure vanished into thin air. No one saw how Emperor Wuxiang disappeared. It was as if he had never been there in the first place. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared at Autumn Moon, where Huang Ling and the others were. He looked around and smiled. "Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Di, congratulations on achieving a breakthrough and becoming a paragon saint." He realized that Huang Ling and Long Chun weren't the only ones who had broken through. A few people from the Desolate race had also broken through and entered the Paragon Saint realm. Most of the 9 youths who had followed Lu Ming were at the Great Saint realm and had been there for a long time. This time, with the help of the Martial Monarch's lecture, their cultivation levels had all broken through. Although these people didn't have king bodies, the Desolate race was strong to begin with. Furthermore, they had superior heaven spiritual bodies, so they weren't weak. As a result, there were quite a number of Paragon saints on their side. "Lu Ming, you've also broken through. I really don't know how powerful a pervert like you is." Longchen laughed. The others laughed as well. Indeed, Lu Ming was so strong when he was at the Great Saint realm. Now that he had become a Paragon saint, how strong would he be? They were all very curious. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura enveloped them. Everyone's expression changed as they looked in one direction. Luo Xianxia stepped forward. The terrifying aura came from Luo Xianxia. Behind him, Luo Pokong and the other elites of the Daoyuo Heaven sect followed. "Autumn Moon, come here. Come my side." Luo Xianxia looked at Autumn Moon and spoke in a domineering tone as if he was giving an order. "Luo Xianxia, stop pestering me. I've already said that I have no feelings for you." Autumn Moon said, "Come here." Luo Xianxia's voice was heavy and domineering. "Autumn Moon, let's go." Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and ignored Luo Xianxia. "Stop right there, Lu Ming. How dare you touch my woman? Be careful, or I'll exterminate your whole family." Luo Xianxia's voice was like thunder as it rang in Lu Ming's ears. In the surroundings, many of the geniuses who were about to leave stopped in their tracks and looked over curiously. Was it going to be a conflict after the Enlightenment? And it was between Luo Xianxia and Lu Ming. Many people were looking forward to it. "Your woman? Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon grew up with me. Since when did she become your woman? Moreover, Autumn Moon has already said that she has no feelings for you and asked you to stop pestering her. You're really shameless." Lu Ming turned around and looked at Luo Xianxia coldly as he spoke in disdain. "Do you know who you're talking to? Because of what you said, you'll implicate your family and friends. They'll all die because of you." Luo Xianxia said coldly as he glanced at Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others. He didn't hide his murderous intent at all. "Who do you think you are? If you want to kill me, I'll chop you into pieces first." Huang Li yelled and revealed his murderous intent. Lu Ming also revealed a cold, murderous intent in his eyes. He hated it when others used his family and friends to threaten him. "Luo Xianxia, let me tell you, Lu Ming is my young master. I once said that I'll serve him for the rest of my life. I have no feelings for you. What's the point of pestering him?" Autumn Moon said, "Bitch, shut up. If I say you're mine, you're mine. No one can take you away from me. Do you understand?" Luo Xianxia shouted coldly. His grandfather was a great emperor, one of the top experts in the world. Since he was young, there was nothing he couldn't get. It was the same for women. "Haha, how ridiculous. Autumn Moon doesn't like you, so you used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Unfortunately, Autumn Moon still has no feelings for you. Such a ridiculous and despicable person still has the face to stay in Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy and call himself a genius. How ridiculous!" Lu Ming sneered as his voice spread across the entire place. Many people suddenly realized that this was the case. Luo Xianxia couldn't get Autumn Moon's heart, so he used the law of deprivation to deprive Autumn Moon of her memories. Such behavior was indeed shameless. So what? Luo Xianxia spoke, and his gaze turned even colder. It seems that you have recovered your memory. I'll deprive you of your memory again. This time, I'll deprive you of all your memory. Lu Ming, I'll cripple your cultivation and make you watch helplessly as Qiu Yu becomes my woman. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1906. Luo Xianxia was incomparably domineering. So what if others knew that he had taken away Autumn Moon's memories? He was the grandson of the great emperor. Who would dare to speak ill of him in front of him? In front of him, each and every one of them had a fawn over him. And now, he wanted to take away Autumn Moon's memories in front of everyone and obtain Autumn Moon. Luo Xianxia stepped towards Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. Heaven and earth rumbled. He raised a palm and clenched it. Between heaven and earth, endless energy gathered towards Luo Xianxia's palm. No, it couldn't be said that it was gathered. It was completely taken away by him. Yuan Qi and various elemental energies between heaven and earth were taken away by Luo Xianxia. They were compressed together, forming a huge palm that pressed down on Lu Ming and Autumn Moon. At this moment, the law of yin and yang circulated around Autumn Moon's body. Two scimitars flew out, intending to face Luo Xianxia head-on. Autumn Moon, let me do it. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Then, he took a step forward. Light spots lit up on his body. There were more than 200 light spots, and a sacred weapon flew out from each light spot. On the way back to Celestial City, Lu Ming had cultivated the myriad weapon art. He had sealed a large number of sacred weapons in his acupoints. Among them, there were 18 supreme sacred weapons, 108 great sacred weapons, and the number of supreme sacred weapons remained unchanged. There were also 108 supreme sacred weapons. Altogether, there were 234 supreme sacred weapons. So many sacred weapons appeared, floating around Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming stepped on the sacred weapons and casually grabbed a supreme sacred weapon. The sacred weapon's aura gathered, and with a slash, a boundless sword Qi cut through the void, cutting Luo Xianxia's huge palm in half. Let's see how many moves you can take from me, Luo Xianxia shouted. He waved his hands continuously, and the law of deprivation circulated. The law of deprivation absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, forming a terrifying attack that attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the midst of the saint weapon, stepping on it as he moved forward. His battle sword slashed out unceasingly, breaking apart the opponent's attacks. The attacks of the two were extremely violent and powerful. The surrounding people were forced to retreat continuously. Autumn Moon stood behind Lu Ming. Her two scimitars danced in the air, and she did not retreat at all. If the situation changed, she would not hesitate to take action. Back in the Burning Sun Empire, she was too weak to help Lu Ming. Now that she was strong enough, she would stay by Lu Ming's side and protect him. The cry of a phoenix rang out. The phoenix spirit was bathed in the undying flames. She stepped forward and stood side by side with Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon looked at Huang Ling and smiled kindly. Huang Ling was stunned and smiled back. Then, Long Chun and Huang Li stepped forward. Lu Ming and Luo Xianxia have started fighting. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Lu Ming has just become an absolute saint, but Luo Xianxia's cultivation has already reached the complete absolute saint realm. Although Lu Ming was able to suppress Luo Pokong, who was in the initial absolute saint realm, and his combat strength is amazing, Luo Xianxia is not Luo Pokong. That's right. There are strong and weak people even with king bodies. Luo Xianxia's combat strength is terrifying. His law of deprivation is extremely powerful. Even if it's not as powerful as the 10 ultimate laws, it's still one of the top King Wei laws. The Son of Chaos cannot be measured by common sense. It's hard to say who will win in this battle. The spectators were all guessing who would win, but they could not say for sure. Some people thought that Luo Xianxia was stronger. After all, his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, and his law of deprivation was extremely terrifying. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. However, some people speculated that Lu Ming might not be weaker than Luo Xianxia based on Lu Ming's previous battle results. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Xianxia did not continue to deprive the world of energy. Instead, he used the law of deprivation to form a huge saber and slashed at Lu Ming. Go! Lu Ming's mind stirred, and the sacred weapons gathered together. The aura of the combat weapons burst forth and blasted toward Luo Xianxia. However, his expression changed slightly when he collided with Luo Xianxia's saber. This was because he felt that there was a terrifying power of deprivation in Luo Xianxia's battle saber. It wanted to deprive him of the aura of the battle weapon. It even wanted to deprive Lu Ming of the spiritual consciousness that was attached to the sacred weapon. Even the spirituality of the sacred weapon itself would be deprived, and it would turn into scrap metal. After depriving Lu Ming of the energy of his sacred weapon, the power of Luo Xianxia's saber increased greatly. With a shake, it forced everyone's sacred weapons back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 200 sacred weapons gathered behind Lu Ming and formed a pair of huge wings. The sacred weapon's qi gathered on the saber in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Luo Xianxia with his saber. Boom! The saber collided with Luo Xianxia's saber. Deprive. Luo Xianxia used the law of deprivation to deprive Lu Ming of his power of law and even his sacred power. However, in the next moment, Luo Xianxia's expression changed drastically. His body shook, and he could not help but retreat a few thousand meters in the void. Can you deprive me of the law of chaos? Lu Ming said coldly and continued to attack Luo Xianxia. Just now, he had covered his saber with a layer of the law of chaos. The law of chaos was one of the 10 strongest laws. Although the law of deprivation was overbearing, it could not deprive him of the law of chaos. Blade of Deprivation. Luo Xianxia's face was gloomy. He waved his hands, and 9 sabers were formed. They charged at Lu Ming from different directions. Lu Ming put away all his sacred weapons and fought back with the Suppressing Hell skill. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 Suppressing Hell steels appeared and collided with the 9 blades of deprivation. Deprive! Deprive! Luo Xianxia shouted, trying to deprive Lu Ming of his sacred power. However, the Suppressing Hell skill was supported by the law of chaos. Moreover, the power of the Suppressing Hell skill was very strange. Lu Ming felt that even without the law of chaos, his opponent could not deprive him of the power of the Suppressing Hell skill. The Suppressing Hell steel's shadows suppressed the heavens and the earth and knocked away Luo Xianxia's 9 blades of deprivation. Luo Xianxia's law is restrained. The law of chaos is the emperor of all laws. The law of deprivation can't affect it at all. Luo Xianxia is in danger in this battle. Some people discussed and expressed their opinions. Luo Xianxia's law of deprivation was extremely overbearing. It could deprive everything, including other laws. An ordinary monarch body would be restricted by Luo Xianxia and be greatly affected by the law of deprivation. However, Luo Xianxia's law of deprivation could not exert its advantage against Lu Ming. Since I can't deprive you, I'll crush you with absolute power and deprive you of the divine seal. Luo Xianxia waved his hand, and the 9 blades of deprivation collapsed. Then Luo Xianxia formed a seal with his palms and turned into a large seal. Chapter 1907. The divine seal of deprivation was Luo Xianxia's superpower. It could deprive all the energy in the world, including the power of other laws. When combined, it would form a terrifying attack. All the energy around the divine seal of deprivation seemed to have been stripped away, forming a void space. Sizzle, all kinds of energy gathered on the divine seal of deprivation, making ear-piercing sounds. It turned into the size of a mountain and blasted toward Lu Ming. "Go to hell!" Luo Xianxia shouted, his murderous intent thick. Since he could not deprive Lu Ming of the chaotic law, he would use his absolute power to suppress Lu Ming. His divine ability had already reached 90% mastery, and its power was terrifying enough to seize the world. Moreover, it was a superpower formed by the divine seal of deprivation, and its power was far beyond ordinary laws. He had full confidence in his superpower. At his age, there were very few people who could cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery. So what if Lu Ming's chaotic law was strong? Luo Xianxia's superpower was far weaker than his, and he would still be crushed. What a terrifying superpower. Luo Xianxia's superpower has probably reached 90% mastery. He is indeed a peerless genius to be able to cultivate a superpower to 90% mastery at such a young age. His ranking on the King Sage board is not undeserved. Luo Xianxia's superpower shocked many geniuses. More people looked solemn as they felt a strong pressure. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The chaotic law burst forth as he pointed his finger out. A huge finger surrounded by the color of primal chaos shot toward the divine seal of deprivation. Boom! The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger collided in the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Whoosh, terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker geniuses could not even stand properly and were forced to retreat. The divine seal of deprivation and the chaotic calamity finger were in a stalemate. Deprive. Luo Xianxian roared as he activated all the power in his body. The divine seal of deprivation was unleashed in a frenzy. Luo Xianxian, is this all you have? Is this all you got? Lu Ming sneered. The chaotic law was activated crazily, entangled with the saint power, and surged toward the chaotic calamity finger. Boom! The chaotic finger of calamity vibrated, and its power grew even stronger. The terrifying power caused the divine seal of deprivation to vibrate violently. Luo Xianxian's expression changed drastically. He felt that the divine seal of deprivation was about to collapse. How is this possible? His divine seal of deprivation had already reached 90% completion, and it was a divine ability condensed from the law of deprivation. How could Lu Ming's divine ability be stronger than his? Lu Ming had just broken through to the Saint Realm, and he cultivated the law of primal chaos. How could Lu Ming's mastery of divine ability compare to his? He was not the only one. The people around him also found it hard to believe. Luo Xianxian's divine ability technique was terrifying, but he was at a disadvantage in the confrontation of divine ability techniques. Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Luo Xianxian, I really can't figure it out. With your strength, why do you still look so superior? Where does your confidence come from? Lu Ming continued. The power of the primal chaos tribulation finger was fully unleashed. Kacha! Bam! The divine seal of deprivation cracked, and finally exploded with a bang. Luo Xianxian groaned, and his body frantically retreated, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although Luo Xianxian's divine ability had reached 90% completion, Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger had also reached 90% completion. Divine ability techniques of the same level were invincible unless they were also of the top 10 laws. Many people were shocked. Luo Xianxian was injured, and he was no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into the air, closing in on Luo Xianxian. His voice continued to ring out. Didn't you want to cripple me? Come on, this little bit of strength is still not enough. After saying that, Lu Ming pointed out again. A chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Xianxian. Luo Xianxian's face was extremely ugly. He roared and used the divine seal of deprivation again. However, under his injury, it was more difficult for him to resist Lu Ming's attack. In an instant, the divine seal of deprivation was defeated. Luo Xianxia screamed, and his body was blasted tens of thousands of meters away, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. His injury was even more serious. Not far away, Luo Pokong and the other talents of the Daluo Heaven Sect were pale. Even Luo Xianxiong was no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to help, but they dared not go forward, fearing that they would be crushed by Lu Ming. Bam! Bam! Lu Ming did not stop. He stepped into the void and stepped toward Luo Xianxiong. Lu Ming, sooner or later, I will let you die without a burial place. I mean it. Luo Xianxiong roared, his eyes full of crazy, killing intent. Rely on you or the power behind you. Well, trash like you can only rely on the power behind you. Lu Ming sneered, full of sarcasm. In other words, Luo Xianxiong was no match for Lu Ming at all with his own strength. He had to rely on the power behind him. You forgot one thing. Now, the power behind you is not here. I have the advantage. You should not threaten me. Lu Ming said coldly. He did not hide his killing intent. He took a step and flew toward Luo Xianxiong like lightning. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, and the divine sword technique erupted. Two dark sword lights burst out from his eyes and rushed toward Luo Xianxiong. At the same time, his right hand pointed out again. The terrible, chaotic calamity finger crushed toward Luo Xianxiong. Lu Ming wants to kill Luo Xianxiong. How dare he? He is simply lawless. Many people gasped in shock. Killing was not allowed in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. This was the rules set by the Great Emperor. But now, Lu Ming did not hide his killing intent. His eyes were cold, and he did not show any mercy. He was obviously going to kill Luo Xianxiong. Luo Xianxiong was known as lawless and unscrupulous, but he did not dare to go against the order of the Great Emperor. However, Lu Ming wanted to kill Luo Xianxiong in the Yuan Mountain Sacred Courtyard. This was the true definition of lawlessness. How dare you? Luo Xianxiong roared. He did not expect Lu Ming to dare to kill him here. He fought back, but there was no doubt that he was once again blasted away by Lu Ming. Half of his body was almost smashed. His breath was weak, and his injuries were extremely serious. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly and used the chaotic calamity finger again. Luo Xianxiong's eyes finally showed fear. Lu Ming was crazy. He wanted to kill him. Was he not afraid of being punished by the Great Emperor? He wanted to perish together with him. He frantically retreated, but he could not escape from Lu Ming's lock. The terrifying aura of the chaotic calamity finger firmly shrouded him. No help! Luo Xianxiong shouted in horror. It was a world of difference from his previous arrogant look. Whoosh! At this moment, a palm print pierced through the sky and blasted toward Lu Ming's chaotic calamity finger at an astonishing speed. With a boom, the chaotic calamity finger exploded, and the remaining power of the palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1908. Lu Ming exerted the heaven-suppressing art and threw out a punch with all his might. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared in front of him. But when the palm print hit, the phantom of the prison-suppressing monument exploded. Lu Ming's body was pushed back for tens of thousands of meters before he stopped in the air with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. A young figure in white with long black hair stepped in front of Luo Xianxiong. Xianxia. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Many people were also shocked. The one who attacked just now was Xianxia, the peerless genius who ranked first on the King Sage board. He had sent Lu Ming flying and injured Lu Ming with just one move. Was he going to attack Lu Ming? Brother Hung. Luo Xianxiong was overjoyed. At the same time, he stuffed pills into his mouth to heal his injuries. Lu Ming stared at Xianxia and said, "You want to intervene? Luo Xianxiong is the grandson of the Great Emperor. How can he be bullied by you?" Xianxia said. Lu Ming sneered. According to Xianxia, the grandson of the Great Emperor could bully others without them being able to retaliate. What a joke. At this time, Xianxia continued, "Besides, I have other things to discuss with you." You were the one who pulled out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. That belongs to the Hung family. Now, hand it over to me." Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, Hung Xinghe had intervened for this matter. The other geniuses around were shocked. It turned out that Hung Xinghe's real purpose was to get the sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Saving Luo Xianxia was just a matter of convenience. The news of Lu Ming pulling out the sword of the Heavenly Emperor had spread like wildfire in Celestial City. Now that Lu Ming had returned, the Hung family was indeed looking for Lu Ming. How should Lu Ming deal with it? Should he hand it over or not? Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. Legend has it that the sword of the Heavenly Emperor was left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. But that is just a legend after all. You said that the sword belongs to the Hung family. Do you have any evidence? Maybe it was left behind by another peerless expert. Lu Ming responded. Although it was rumored that the sword belonged to the Celestial Empyrean and was left behind by the Celestial Empyrean, who founded Celestial City, it was only a legend. Could the Hung clan take out any proof? Xinghe clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes flashed with sharpness as he said, "Everyone in the Celestial City knows that the sword was left behind by the Celestial Emperor. And the Hung family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Is there a need to prove this? Since you, Hung Xinghe, are the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor, why can't you pull out that sword?" Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful, spreading throughout the audience. Xinghe's face instantly darkened. Lu Ming was mocking him for not being able to pull out the Celestial Large Sword. "I will pull out the sword of the Celestial Emperor sooner or later," Stellar River said coldly. Could it be that drawing the sword has something to do with one's cultivation? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Many people's eyes flickered. Lu Ming was mocking Stellar River. Everyone knew that pulling out the Celestial Emperor's sword had nothing to do with one's cultivation. There was once a martial emperor powerhouse who couldn't even pull out 1 foot. And there were those who had just started cultivating who could pull out 5 feet. Hung Xinghe had once pulled out 9 feet, but it was estimated that he would only be able to pull out 9 feet in his lifetime. The probability of pulling out the sword would not increase with the increase of one's cultivation. But Hung Xinghe said that he would pull it out sooner or later. Lu Ming's rhetorical question was a blatant mockery of Xinghe. Xinghe's face turned even uglier. The sharpness in his eyes was even more intense, like 2 divine swords. Moreover, even if that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, and your Hung family is the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, why didn't the Celestial Emperor directly leave the sword to your Hung family? Instead, he stuck it on that platform and sealed it for ages. Obviously, the Celestial Emperor wanted to find someone who could pull out the sword. Only the person who can pull out the sword is qualified to wield that sword. This is the Celestial Emperor's intention. In your Hung family, if you are really the descendant of the Celestial Emperor, you should respect the Celestial Emperor's intention and not go against the will of your ancestors. Lu Ming continued to speak. His sonorous and powerful voice made many people ponder. That's right. If that sword was really left behind by the Celestial Emperor, why didn't he just leave it for the Hung family? Why did he stick it on that platform and let others pull it out? In other words, only the person who pulled it out was qualified to wield the Celestial Emperor's sword. This was the Celestial Emperor's true intention. You have a glib tongue, and you are distorting the truth. Lu Ming, with your cultivation, I didn't want to bully you. But today, since you are courting death, I will grant you your wish. Xinghe shouted, and then took a step forward. Boom! A terrifying aura blossomed from his body. A mysterious and terrifying law revolved around his body. It was one of the 10 strongest laws, the Eternal Law. Eternal, eternal, immortal, eternal. The Eternal Law was somewhat similar to Huang Ling's Undying Flame Law, but its power was much stronger than the Undying Flame Law. The Eternal Law not only allowed the person who controlled it to have an extremely strong vitality, but also had terrifying offensive power. Boom! Xinghe took a step forward and quickly approached Lu Ming. He then struck out with his palm, and a palm print blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted as he felt a terrifying pressure. Xinghe's cultivation was too strong. The power of his palm had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chaotic calamity finger. Lu Ming roared and circulated his cultivation to the extreme. The chaotic calamity finger, which was 90% complete, shot out. At the same time, spots of light lit up all over his body. More than 200 sacred weapons flew out and floated around Lu Ming, forming a defensive force. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger collided with Xinghe's palm print. Bam! The 90% complete chaotic calamity finger couldn't withstand more than a few blows before it exploded. The terrifying power surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a series of punches. At the same time, more than 200 sacred weapons blocked in front of him. However, when the palm print blasted over, Lu Ming's body shook violently. More than 200 sacred weapons buzzed, and his body flew far away. Lu Ming was no match for Xianxia at all. The difference in cultivation was too great. They are both Elysian children, but Xianxia's cultivation is much higher. Lu Ming is no match for him at all. That's natural. As Elysian children, they usually fight at the same level. With a difference in cultivation, there's no point in fighting. Today, I'm afraid Lu Ming won't be able to keep the sword of the Celestial Emperor. Some people are outside. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, Xianxia was an eternal child and his combat strength wasn't weak either. In the case of a much higher cultivation, Lu Ming was no match for him at all. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor and I'll spare your life. Xianxia put his hands behind his back and stepped toward Lu Ming with an invincible spirit. Boom! Xianxia took a step and an incomparably huge foot descended from the sky toward Lu Ming. Don't you dare hurt the young master. A delicate voice rang out as a figure rushed into the sky. It was Autumn Moon. At this moment, Autumn Moon's glabella shone and the imperial weapon, the yin-yang wheel, appeared and blasted toward the huge foot. Chapter 1909. Oh no! Lu Ming's face fell. He had not expected Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling to rush out. With Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling's combat strength, they were no match for Xianxia even if they had imperial weapons. As expected, when the giant foot landed, Qiu Autumn Moon and Huang Ling's bodies trembled. They grunted and flew back, landing beside Lu Ming. Their faces were pale and blood was flowing out of their mouths. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, are you all right? Lu Ming asked worriedly. Young master, I'm fine. I want to fight alongside you. Qiu Autumn Moon wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood beside Lu Ming with determination. On the other side, Huang Ling did not speak, but the immortal flame on her body burned even more fiercely. How could two girls stop me? Xianxia sneered and continued to step forward. His aura was getting more and more terrifying. Count me in if you want to scold me. A burly figure appeared beside Huang Ling. It was Huang Li. His muscles bulged as he circulated the law of strength throughout his body. He wore a pair of black gloves in his hands. The gloves were also imperial weapons. Swoosh! Another figure flashed past, and Long Chun appeared beside Qiu Autumn Moon. His arms bulged, and his aura was terrifying. Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Long Chun, Huang Li, and Lu Ming, 4 king bodies and 1 son of chaos, stood side by side. They were all Paragon saints at the initial stage. Their auras combined to fight against Xianxia's aura. Count us in. The other elite of the desolate tribe, Mu Qingxue, and the others also wanted to step forward. Don't come up. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Huang Li and the others. Against an opponent like Xianxia, numbers were not enough. If they were not strong enough, it would be useless no matter how many of them went up. Are you trying to bully us with numbers? Do you think we are all alone? Another genius from the Hung family roared as he stepped forwards. The other geniuses from the Hung family also stepped forwards. Back off. You don't have to interfere. Hung Xianxia waved his hand and said to the other sky prides of the Hung clan. He was proud. With his cultivation, why would he need the help of others to deal with Lu Ming and the others? He glanced at Lu Ming and the others and said calmly, How naive of you to think that the 5 of you can stand against me." Around them, the others also sighed. Lu Ming's lineup could be said to be luxurious. The 4 king bodies and the son of chaos had all reached the absolute saint realm. However, they were facing the eternal sun, Hung Xinghe. Hung Xinghe was ranked first on the King Sage board, and no one had any objections. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the younger generation of Yuan Mountain. Even the son of Death, Deathblade, could not shake the position of the Stellar River. Although Lu Ming's team of 5 was a luxurious lineup, their cultivation was still a little weak. Could they really fight against Xinghe? What if you include me? At this moment, a deep voice resounded. A tall and slender figure stepped out from the crowd. It's Ouyang Wushuang. Someone recognized the newcomer. Ouyang Wushuang came to Lu Ming's side, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. An absolute saint. Obviously, Ouyang Wushuang had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Then let's add my little sister. At this moment, another voice rang out. A graceful figure stepped through the void and landed beside Lu Ming's team. Luo Tianyi. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi are actually helping Lu Ming. Are they all familiar with Lu Ming? 6 king bodies and 1 son of chaos. This lineup is really amazing. Many people gasped, unable to calm down. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang were also familiar with Lu Ming. At this moment, they were going to fight against Xinghe with Lu Ming's team. Very good, very good. Then let me see how strong you are. Xinghe's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He suddenly took a step forward, and the void under his feet kept shaking. Heavenly illusion, Luo Tianyi yelled. Her eyes turned into 2 pitch-black whirlpools. She used the heavenly illusion spell to envelop Xinghe, trying to make him fall into the illusion. At this moment, Luo Tianyi's true cultivation was revealed. She had actually reached the absolute saint realm and seemed to have reached the limit of the absolute saint realm. She was not far from the pinnacle of the absolute saint realm. As expected, Xinghe's body shook slightly, and he stopped. The moment Luo Tianyi attacked, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chun, and Ouyang Wushuang all attacked at the same time. 6 terrifying superpowers exploded at the same time and blasted toward Xinghe. When the 6 of them joined forces, the shockwaves caused by them were earth-shattering and shocking. A mere illusion can't stop me. Break! Xinghe's indifferent voice rang out. His eyes were as bright as stars. 2 terrifying sword lights burst out from his eyes and slashed toward the void. Luo Tianyi yelled. Her body shook, and she kept retreating. Her face was pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her illusion was broken by Xinghe. She suffered a backlash and was injured. At the same time, a sword light formed in Xinghe's hand, and he slashed it out. Whoosh! The sword light was like a flying immortal. It cut through the void and turned into eternity. It was unparalleled. Boom! 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 As the sword light slashed through, Lu Ming and the others' attacks all collapsed in the air. They were all split apart by the sword light. Oh no, retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The 6 of them quickly retreated to avoid the sword light's aftershock. So powerful! Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Xinghe's combat strength was indeed terrifying and unrivaled. The main reason was that their cultivation was too low. They were far inferior to Xinghe. What's the use of having more people? Xinghe clenched his fist. The Eternal Law formed a sword light and pressed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's glabella shone, and the Tai Chi formation plate floated out. Autumn Moon and the others also took out their imperial weapons. Chaotic Calamity Finger. This time, Lu Ming took the initiative to launch an attack. He blasted out a Chaotic Tribulation Finger with all his might. At the same time, his figure moved, and he charged toward the Stellar River at top speed. Endless runes emanated from his left hand, forming a sealing force that spread toward the Stellar River. At the same time, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang pattern appeared on the Tai Chi formation plate. It turned into 2 Yin-Yang fish swords and slashed toward Xinghe. A series of attacks rained down like a violent storm. Even an ordinary perfected absolute saint would have no choice but to die under this wave of attacks. When Lu Ming launched his attack, the others also launched their attacks. Illusory reality, Luo Tianyi shouted. Butterflies appeared in the sky. They flapped their wings and flew toward Xinghe. These butterflies were formed by an illusion. They could be real or fake. They were very powerful. Qiu Yu and the others also attacked the stellar river together. What a terrifying attack! The surrounding geniuses were all shocked. With so many people attacking together, no one was confident that they could block it, not even the top geniuses on the King Sage board. Child's play. Xinghe's expression did not change. He slashed out with his sword light. Instantly, 9 sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. 3 of the sword lights slashed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1910. The chaotic finger of calamity was the first to be cut open. Then the yin-yang fish sword and the sealing power of the array law were broken one by one. Luo Tianyi, Autumn Moon, and the others' attacks were the same. As the sword light slashed, everyone retreated quickly. So powerful! The surrounding people were shocked. Xinghe was too powerful. Lu Ming and the other experts were still no match for him, even when they joined forces. Xinghe's cultivation is at least at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Coupled with the eternal body, his combat power is too strong. Long Chun said, and transmitted his voice to everyone. Indeed, their cultivation was too weak. It was impossible for them to match him. Xinghe was not an ordinary warrior. He was the eternal sun, almost invincible in the battle of the same level. Needless to say, his cultivation was so much higher than theirs. Lu Ming, hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor. You are not qualified to wield the sword of the Celestial Emperor, Xinghe said coldly. Xinghe, your cultivation is just a little higher. If we fight at the same level, I will still defeat you. Lu Ming said. Defeat me? Haha, Lu Ming, let me tell you. Even if you control the law of chaos, you are no match for me at the same level. However, you don't have to provoke me to fight at the same level. Having a higher cultivation is also a kind of strength, Xinghe said as he stepped forward. A terrifying sword will burst out from his body and pierce the sky. The sword was vast and mighty, forming a terrible pressure. He had the strength to crush others. Why would he fight at the same level as Lu Ming? This kind of provocation had no effect on him. Lu Ming, since you don't want to hand over the sword of the Celestial Emperor, I will take it myself, Xinghe said coldly. The sword light in his hand was raised high, and his aura was getting stronger. However, at this moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared on Xinghe's body and enveloped him within. The law of space and time. Xinghe's face changed, and he shouted angrily. Do it! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that the bubble had made a move. Looking at the fluctuation of the law of space and time, it was extremely powerful. Obviously, the bubble had also broken through to the absolute saint realm. Lu Ming and the others once again joined forces and blasted out a terrible attack. Break! A terrifying sword light burst out from Xinghe's body, breaking the transparent bubble in one fell swoop. However, the surrounding space kept rippling and twisting like water waves, trying to trap Xinghe in the void. At the same time, the power of time acted on Xinghe's body, slowing down his movements. Xinghe's expression finally changed. The space-time laws were also one of the 10 strongest laws. Moreover, they had endless transformations and were best at trapping enemies. With the help of the space-time laws, Lu Ming and the others will be able to unleash their strength to a greater extent, as well as Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the others' attacks arrived. They were about to drown the stellar river. Boom! At this moment, an even more powerful and terrifying aura erupted from Xinghe's body. A terrifying divine light burst forth, and the space-time laws that enveloped his body instantly collapsed. The attacks of Lu Ming and the others also collapsed under the impact of this light. Eternal divine light. Also, Xingha's cultivation is at the peak of the absolute saint realm. Around him, many people cried out, "Is this Xingha's true cultivation?" Lu Ming and the others looked extremely solemn. In the previous battle, Xingha had not used his full strength at all. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the absolute saint realm. How terrifying was this at such a young age? As long as he perfected the eternal law and reached the peak of the absolute saint realm, he would be able to enter the quasi-emperor realm and begin to break through to the martial emperor realm. Since ancient times, there had not been many people who had entered the martial emperor realm under the age of 50 who could compete with the almighties of the ancient era. Whoosh! A figure flashed, and Bubbles appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. That person is so strong. Bubbles can't trap him. Chirp, chirp. Very good. You're not bad. Since you force me to use my full strength, then you'll have to suffer my wrath. Xingha said coldly, revealing a cold, murderous intent. A real battle sword appeared in his hand. It was an imperial weapon, and its sword chi soared into the sky. At this moment, Xingha's cultivation of the absolute saint realm was fully unleashed, and his aura was terrifying. It's over. Lu Ming and the others are doomed. Although they're strong, they're no match for Xingha. Indeed, but Lu Ming's lineup is too terrifying. There's someone who can control the laws of time and space. If these people grow up, how terrifying will they be? Will Xingha kill them here? It's hard to say. The scene today had far exceeded everyone's expectations, and they were so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. In the beginning, Luo Xianxia had found trouble with Lu Ming, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming. Then, Xingha had made a move, and the number of experts on Lu Ming's side continued to increase. So far, there were already 6 people with imperial bodies and 2 sons of heaven. How powerful was this lineup? This made the faces of many powerful geniuses turn solemn. If these people's cultivation increased, who would be their match? Damn it! I hope Xingha can kill these people. Luo Xianxiong was also shocked. He had never thought that Lu Ming could gather so many terrifying geniuses. Swoosh! Xingha took a step forward, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword light slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others' hearts beat rapidly. They felt a terrible danger from the sword light. "Let's join forces," Lu Ming shouted. In the face of this attack, they could only block it by gathering all their strength. The great defying cauldron flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows, and the 2 saint hearts in his dantian were operating at full force. Majestic saint force poured into the great defying cauldron, causing it to expand to the size of a mountain. But just as Lu Ming and the others were about to give it their all, a dark saber light cut through the void in the distance and slashed violently toward them. This saber light was filled with the aura of death, as if it wanted to plunge all living things in the world into death. Clang! The sword light and saber light collided and then exploded. Terrifying sword chi and saber light swept out in all directions. Swoosh! A figure flashed. A young man in a black robe stepped forward and appeared in front of Xingha. He held a saber in his arms, and his entire body was filled with a strong aura of death. It's Deathblade. Deathblade actually attacked Xingha. Could it be that Deathblade is also familiar with Lu Ming and the others? Seeing this young man, many people were shocked. The son of death, Deathblade, had also attacked Xingha. Deathblade, are you also going to help Lu Ming and the others? Xingha's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light flashed in them. No. Deathblade shook his head and said, "I only attack because I don't like you." His words made many people speechless. Deathblade attacked because he didn't like Xingha? Lu Ming's eyes moved, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1911. However, Deathblade was a proud man. He was the son of death, so he wouldn't admit it. He had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. If Deathblade didn't say it, Lu Ming wouldn't say it either. Deathblade, it's still too early for you to stop me with your current cultivation, Hung Xing has said coldly. Deathblade was at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, while Xianxia was at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm. Deathblade was no match for him. How will we know if we don't fight? Deathblade said. The death chi on his body became thicker. If you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish. Xianxia said coldly. Eternal divine light became brighter. The peerless sword light was extremely sharp. It could explode at any time. Xianxia, our battle isn't over yet. Lu Ming stepped forward. At this moment, Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red. His eyes also turned blood red. A bone-chilling, murderous intent radiated from Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a god of death. This was the power of the third bloodline. Lu Ming hadn't used the third bloodline for a long time. The power of the third bloodline was too strange. Lu Ming used it less and less. But today he had to use it. With the help of the third bloodline, Lu Ming's aura surged. After a few steps, Lu Ming stood side by side with Deathblade. Attack hit this guy. Chirp. Bubbles mumbled. She strode forward with her small feet and followed Lu Ming. As her figure walked past, the void was distorted like water ripples. It was as if her body was no longer there. It was as if she was in another space-time. In addition, Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others also stepped forward. Their auras were shocking. Kill! Deathblade was the first to attack. His sword of death slashed toward Xianxia. Wherever the sword light passed, the world was silent. Boom! Lu Ming was the second to attack. He swung the Great Development Cauldron. Majestic power poured into the cauldron and smashed it toward Xianxia. Then Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others attacked at the same time. The attack this time was truly shocking. Today, I will show you what it means to be the strongest. The stellar river roared as its sword lights continuously shot out. Hundreds of sword lights shot towards Lu Ming and the others. The Deathblade's blade of death continued to vibrate. More and more blade lights appeared, and a small portion of the sword lights were blocked by him. As for the great pill derivation furnace in Lu Ming's hand, it was as large as a mountain. Every time it smashed down, a large area of sword light would be destroyed. As for Bubbles, Autumn Moon, and the others, they worked together to block the remaining sword lights. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle broke out. The top 10 geniuses fought with all their might. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard everywhere. The entire Yuanshan Sacred Academy was shaken. However, after Lu Ming used his third bloodline and the Death Blade joined the battle, they were finally able to fight evenly against Stellar River. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Stellar River unleashed his terrifying combat strength to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything to Lu Ming and the others. Stellar River's advantage was his cultivation. His cultivation was high. As for Lu Ming and the others, they had more people. With different types of laws, their power was extremely shocking. Devour. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace. The Great Pill Derivation Furnace erupted with a powerful devouring power, wanting to devour Stellar River. Stellar River roared. An eternal divine light erupted, tearing apart the devouring power of the furnace. However, in the next moment, he was enveloped by Bubble's space-time laws, and his body became sluggish. Whoosh! The Deathblade's blade of death slashed over, almost hitting Stellar River. He narrowly avoided it, and at the same time, broke through the attacks of Autumn Moon and the others. He slashed out a few terrifying sword lights towards Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others. However, Bubble's space-time laws enveloped Autumn Moon and the others. Their bodies trembled, and they avoided Stellar River sword lights. Bubble's space-time laws had a great supporting ability in a battle. Moreover, its attack power was also very terrifying, making it impossible to guard against. As time passed, the battle became more intense. In the battlefield, all kinds of dazzling lights erupted, colliding with each other, and rumbling sounds continued. The battle continued for about 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Boom! Stellar River, Lu Ming, Deathblade, and the others collided, and their bodies flew far away. His face was particularly gloomy. Today's matter seemed to be out of his control. He was only dealing with Lu Ming, but he was besieged by so many people. Each of them was a terrifying genius. Lu Ming, let me tell you, my Hung family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. You people can't protect it. Stellar River said coldly. That's right. My Hung family is determined to get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. As soon as Stellar River's voice fell, a voice came from outside the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard. Then, a suffocating pressure spread out from that direction. Then, the crowd saw 3 old men walking over in the air. There was a divine light revolving around each of the 3 old men. Many people's pupils shrank because that was the divine light of the world. It meant that these 3 old men were true emperors. The 3 old men stood in the air, surrounded by the divine light of the world, like 3 gods. An incomparably terrifying pressure constantly spread out, and all the geniuses present felt like there was a mountain pressing down on them. Elders, Stellar River cupped his fists at the 3 old men. Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword to us. This is the Heavenly Emperor's personal sword. You are not qualified to wield it. The old man in the middle said, looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt a strong pressure on his body, and his body couldn't help but retreat. If the young can't do it, the old man will do it? Sure enough, this is the style of a major force. Lu Ming said with a hint of mockery. That's right. You true emperors want to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. Too shameful. At this time, a voice came from the depths of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard. When the voice fell, several figures appeared in the void. These figures were surrounded by the divine light of the world, and they were also true emperors. They were the teachers of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard. Most of the teachers of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard didn't come from any major forces. Most of them were lone wolves or lived in seclusion. In the end, they were invited by the 3 great emperors to become the teachers of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard and jointly manage it. The true emperors of the Hung clan had an ugly expression. They originally wanted Stellar River to take the Heavenly Emperor's sword from Lu Ming's hand, but they didn't expect that Stellar River couldn't do it. They had no choice but to step in. They also thought that the teachers of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard would intervene in this matter. This is the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard. Please leave. A teacher of the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard directly ordered the guests to leave. We must take the Heavenly Emperor's sword. A true emperor of the Hung clan said. The Heavenly Emperor's sword was pulled out by Lu Ming, so it naturally belongs to him. You don't have the ability to pull it out, yet you want to take it for free? Isn't it laughable? You call yourselves the descendants of the Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 1912. The true emperors from the Hung clan had a dark expression. If it was someone from another faction who dared to speak to them like this, they would have been annihilated by them. However, the other party was a teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard was founded by 3 great sovereigns. Although their Hung clan was powerful, they did not dare to go against the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The Hung true emperors shifted their gazes and messaged each other, discussing something. After a while, a true emperor from the Hung clan said, Lu Ming, you can keep the Heavenly Emperor's sword, but you must give us the cultivation method. Hung Xinghe's eyes flashed sharply after hearing this. He once said that Heavenly Emperor's sword would be his sword, but now Lu Ming had to keep it. This made him very unhappy. The few teachers from Yuanshan's Sacred Academy also had a change in their eyes. Obviously, the Hung family had given in. They looked at Lu Ming, and one of them said, Lu Ming, what do you think? There's no merit laws in the sword. How can I give it to you? Lu Ming said. After he pulled out the sword of the Celestial Arch, he did not discover any abnormalities at all. It was like an ordinary stone sword. It only appeared in the sword tomb and took the initiative to appear. It saved Lu Ming once and even absorbed a large amount of sword origins. Lu Ming, don't push your luck. Our Hung clan has already given in. Being too greedy will only bring about your own destruction. Hung Xinghe shouted. The true emperors from the Hung clan had a cold glint in their eyes. In their opinion, they had already given in, but Lu Ming's greed was insatiable. He didn't even want to hand over the merit laws of Heavenly Emperor's sword. Lu Ming, the merit laws in Heavenly Emperor's sword are very important to our clan. That's right, young people should know when to stop. It'll be a shame if you die halfway through your cultivation. The true emperors from the Hung clan spoke one after another. Their threat was self-evident. I told you, there's no merit laws in the sword. Lu Ming repeated. You still dare to deny it? One of the true emperors from the Hung clan shouted. Rolling thunder rumbled and formed a terrifying storm that pressed down on Lu Ming. A teacher from Origin Mountain Sacred Institution frowned and took a step forward. A force rushed out and destroyed the thunderous attack. A true emperor is going too far. The teacher from Origin Mountain's Sacred Institution frowned and looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you really didn't find any merit laws in the sword. No, there's nothing wrong with the sword after I got it. It's just an ordinary stone sword. Lu Ming said. Quibble. My Hung clan's ancient records state that the Celestial Emperor's sword contains a cultivation technique left behind by the Celestial Emperor. True emperors from the Hung clan shouted. Hung clan. Lu Ming sneered. The furious true emperor from the Hung clan unleashed a terrifying aura and stepped forward. The Hung clan had always prided itself on being a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. Now, Lu Ming dared to say that they weren't a descendant of the Celestial Emperor. They couldn't establish their prestige without killing. Enough. At this time, an old voice came from the depths of Yuan Mountain Holy Court. The voice sounded gentle to the geniuses of Origin Mountain's Sacred Institution. However, it was thunderous to the Hung clan true emperor. The Hung clan true emperor trembled and frantically retreated. His expression changed drastically as he almost vomited blood. Grand Emperor. The Hung clan true emperor cried out in horror. It's Grand Emperor Wuxia. When Lu Ming and the rest heard that, they knew that it was Emperor Wuxia. Previously, when Emperor Wuxia was preaching, they naturally recognized his voice. Who would have thought that Grand Emperor Wuxia would show up? This is Origin Mountain's Sacred Institution. All of you leave. Grand Emperor Wuxia's voice sounded again. Though he didn't use any harsh words, his majesty was unquestionable. The three Hung clan true emperors had an ugly expression. However, this was Origin Mountain's Sacred Institution. How could they not retreat when Grand Emperor Wuxia had spoken? True emperors were lofty existences in the eyes of other cultivators. However, they were like babies in front of Grand Emperor Wuxia. At this moment, outside the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, an old voice came from an unknown distance away. Ancestor. The three Hung clan true emperors were overjoyed after hearing the voice. Many people were shaken. The three true emperors from the Hung clan called him an ancestor, and he dared to call Emperor Formless by name. There was only one possibility. He was also a Grand Emperor. There was a rumor that the Hung clan had a Grand Emperor. Wuxia. The Heavenly Emperor's sword is related to an important merit law of the Hung clan. Do you really want to interfere? The voice came from an unknown distance outside of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution again. No matter what the reason is, since this is Origin Mountain Sacred Institution and Lu Ming is a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will protect him. It's the same for any other disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. If someone dares to move the galaxy in Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, I will do the same. Grand Emperor Wuxia's voice was firm and unquestionable. As long as one was a disciple of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution, he would protect them regardless of who they were. Ha! The Hung clan Great Emperor sneered and said, Wuxia, we haven't seen each other for many years. I wonder how much progress you've made. Why don't we spar? That's what I was thinking. I also want to see how much progress you've made. Grand Emperor Wuxia said. Many people were shocked. The two Grand Emperors were about to fight. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Boom, boom. Terrifying pressure emanated from the direction of Hung clan and the depths of Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. Then, Two rays of light flashed and rushed into the sky. Wherever the light passed, the space was torn apart. Two figures rushed into the crack in the void. Boom! Then, a terrifying vibration came out from the void. The entire sky seemed to be shaking crazily. A dull pressure came from the sky, making people feel that the world was about to be overturned and destroyed. The Grand Emperors were fighting in the void. If the Grand Emperors were to fight in Celestial City, the world would be turned upside down. Celestial City would be destroyed, and countless people would be affected. Boom! Boom! In the void, there were continuous explosions. The space rippled like water. Then, a series of ferocious spatial cracks appeared in the void like a spider web, densely covering the entire void. So terrifying. Many people felt their heartbeat accelerate. Their muscles were tense, and they were extremely nervous. It was too terrifying. Even if they were fighting in the void, the scene was still earth-shattering. Everyone felt that a great disaster was about to befall them. The Grand Emperor's small worlds could give birth to living beings and control the Grand Tao. They were too powerful. True emperors were as weak as babies in front of them. In the era when celestial emperors did not appear, the Grand Emperors were the top existences in the world. Chapter 19:13. The battle between the great emperors did not last long. After a few minutes, the ripples in the void suddenly stopped. Those spatial rifts also disappeared. They stopped. Who won? Was it the Hung clan's great emperor or great emperor Wuxia? Withdraw from the Sacred Academy and send people to guard outside. If Lu Ming comes out, take him down. The voice of the Hung clan's great emperor came from the direction of the Hung clan. The Hung clan was going to withdraw from the Sacred Academy. Many people's eyes flashed. Did the Hung clan's great emperor lose? It was very likely. If the Hung clan's great emperor won, why would he withdraw from the Sacred Academy so easily? Yes, the three Hung clan's true emperors took the order and glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then stepped out and left the Sacred Academy. Xianxia's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky. It was Great Emperor Wuxia. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed to greet Great Emperor Wuxia. Now, I have an announcement. Great Emperor Wuxiang's eyes were no longer gentle, but filled with a sharp light. Those who were swept by his eyes felt their heart beat faster. From tomorrow onwards, the rules of the Sacred Academy will change. From now on, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. In other words, there will be no rules in the Sacred Academy. Great Emperor Wuxiang's voice sounded. Many people were shocked. From tomorrow onwards, there will be no killing in the Sacred Academy. There will be no rules. This will certainly lead to earth-shattering changes in the Sacred Academy. In the past, killing and crippling other people's cultivation were prohibited in the Sacred Academy. If one wanted to fight to the death, one would have to go to the life and death arena. If one did not go to the life and death arena, they would be safe in the Sacred Academy. At least, they would not have to worry about their lives. But all of this will change. From now on, the teachers of the Sacred Academy will not care about your matters. Of course, all of this is the internal affairs of the Sacred Academy. If any outside forces interfere, we will strike with lightning. Also, I have placed 4 sets of array discs in the Saint battlefield. Each set of array discs can cover an area of 100 miles. Only martial emperors can break it. After saying this, Great Emperor Wuxiang's figure blurred like a phantom and disappeared without a trace. Little guys, take care of yourselves. Several teachers of the Sacred Academy glanced at the crowd and left one after another, disappearing into the depths of the Sacred Academy. As soon as the teacher of the Saint Academy left, the atmosphere on the scene became extremely solemn. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with seriousness and vigilance. From tomorrow onwards, killing would no longer be prohibited. Those who had enmity with each other would look at each other with cold killing intent. Luo, Xianxia, Xinghe, and the others glanced at Lu Ming and the others with undisguised killing intent. Lu Ming, just you wait. Hung Xinghe spoke coldly. With a flash of his body, he was the first to leave this place. After Stellar River left, the death blade turned into a blade light and disappeared. This caused the eyes of some of the stronger geniuses to flicker. From the looks of it, Deathblade wasn't on Lu Ming's side. Just as Deathblade had said, Deathblade had only attacked because he didn't like Stellar River. Especially some of the stronger geniuses, they let out a long sigh in their hearts. If Deathblade was on Lu Ming's side, then the strength of Lu Ming's group was too amazing. They could fight against Stellar River when they joined forces. They were almost invincible in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, without Deathblade, the strength of Lu Ming's group was greatly reduced. That bastard Deathblade left without even saying goodbye. Huang Ling muttered unhappily. Lu Ming smiled slightly and didn't care too much. As the son of Death, Deathblade naturally had his pride. He was not convinced by Lu Ming at all. He most likely wanted to wait for 20 years to pass before challenging Lu Ming and replacing Lu Ming's status as the Golden Inheritor. However, Lu Ming was confident that within 20 years, he would definitely convince Deathblade. Let's go back, Lu Ming said. Together with Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the rest, they stepped into the air and left the place. Then, the others left one after another. From tomorrow onwards, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain would no longer prohibit killing. Naturally, they had to prepare early. In Lu Ming's residence, in a courtyard, everyone gathered to discuss matters. From tomorrow onwards, the situation in the Sacred Academy will definitely change greatly. How should we face it? Someone asked. We'd better all gather together and concentrate our strength to avoid being defeated one by one. Lu Ming said, then looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi and said, Ouyang, Tianyi, bring all the people you can bring here. We'll gather together. Okay. Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi nodded and agreed without hesitation. Other than Huang Ling and Long Chun, the others were surprised. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang seemed to be very obedient to Lu Ming's words, which shocked them. During this period, we'd better not go to those cultivation places to cultivate. Wait until the situation stabilizes, then we'll make plans, Lu Ming suggested. Everyone nodded. Now, this was the best choice. The mountain was very large, so everyone chose to stay in the courtyard. A day passed in the blink of an eye. From the second day onwards, the atmosphere in the entire Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became tense and vigilant. It had been almost a year since the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was held. Many people had grudges with each other. In the past, they could not kill each other. At most, they could teach each other a lesson to vent their anger. But now it was different. Sure enough, in just a few days, the killing began. Some of the prodigies were killed on the spot by their opponents. This also opened the curtain of chaos in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. A fierce battle began. Boom! Not far from the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, on a mountain peak, there was a shocking explosion. Two figures rushed out of the mountain peak and began to fight fiercely. However, the battle did not last long. A terrifying sword light slashed across, and a young prodigy was cut in half and died there. The other prodigy took the young prodigy's storage ring, turned into a sword light, and disappeared. In this way, I wonder how many prodigies will fall. A few figures stood in the air and watched. They were Lu Ming, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others. Huang Ling sighed slightly. Perhaps this is the strategy of the great emperors. Only by facing danger at all times can one explore their own potential faster and more thoroughly and break through to a higher realm. Luo Tianyi said. The others nodded, but the price of this method was very high. I don't know why the great emperors held the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain to cultivate so many prodigies. Lu Ming asked and asked. The others were silent. In fact, this was also the question in everyone's mind. Why did the great emperors spend so much effort to gather so many prodigies and cultivate them? Chapter 1914. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. As time passed, the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain became even more chaotic. There were battles and killings every day. Every day, there were geniuses who died. However, no one bothered Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others had many geniuses. When they gathered together, they were very terrifying. Naturally, no one would pay attention to them for the time being. As time passed, many people began to gather and form groups to fight against the powerful enemies. Even so, there were still powerful geniuses who directly attacked a certain group and killed all of them. The atmosphere in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was extremely oppressive. Under such circumstances, some geniuses left the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. However, those who left were only a minority. The various cultivation places in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain were too attractive. Moreover, there was a great emperor's preaching. Where could one find such cultivation conditions? Although it was dangerous in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's progress was also the fastest. Leaving the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one's cultivation speed would definitely not be able to keep up with the cultivation in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Everyone was a genius. Once the gap was widened, it would be difficult to catch up. The path of cultivation was like walking against the current. If one did not advance, one would fall behind. Once one fell behind, one would not be able to catch up with the other geniuses in the future. Even one's own achievements would be affected. In the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain, one might be able to continuously unearth one's potential and make breakthroughs. Their future achievements were unpredictable. However, it was not certain if they left. Thus, only a small number of people left. Many more people stayed behind. Huang Kong, a genius from the Phoenix Palace, once competed with Huang Ling for the heart of Parasol Tree, but they later reconciled. On this day, he met up with a few geniuses from the Divine Elephant Sect and Phoenix Palace. They arrived at the Divine Abilities Purgatory Valley, intending to cultivate their divine abilities there. However, they were stopped outside the valley. Stop! The Divine Ability Purgatory Valley has been reserved by the Sky Knife Alliance. No one else is allowed to enter. Outside the Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, a few young men stopped Huang Kong and the others. The Sky Knife Alliance? Reserved by you? Huang Kong and the others were stunned. That's right. Now get lost. A young man on the other side was extremely arrogant. How dare you? The Divine Ability Purgatory Valley was created by the great emperor of the Sacred Academy. Everyone who entered the Sacred Academy's Divine Ability Purgatory Valley, a genius from the Divine Elephant Sect, was furious. That's right. You should be the ones to scram. A Phoenix Palace disciple berated. Since they don't want to leave, I'll just kill them. A cold voice came from the Purgatory Valley. A young man in a long golden robe stepped out with a few other young men with a cold expression. Huang Kong and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. If you want to fight, we have nothing to fear. Let's go. Huang Kong said, wishing to withdraw first and report this matter to Lu Ming and the others. Did I say you could leave? Attack. Kill them all. The young man in the golden robe was extremely overbearing. A golden battle saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Huang Kong and the others. This person's cultivation was very strong. He was at the pinnacle of the great saint realm. As for Huang Kong and the others, the one with the highest cultivation was Huang Kong, who is only a great sage, great mastery. Not good, retreat. Huang Kong shouted. He did not expect the other party to be so domineering, attacking them directly and wanting to kill them. However, the other party had more people. Their figures flashed and surrounded them. Pucci, the young man in the golden robe, slashed down with his battle saber and killed a Phoenix Palace disciple. Huang Kong's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, "You killed my Phoenix Palace disciple. Lu Ming and the others will not let you off." What? A Phoenix Palace disciple? The young man in the golden robe and the others were shocked. He did not expect the other party to be a Phoenix Palace disciple. Phoenix Palace represented Lu Ming and the group of elites on Lu Ming's side. The young man in the golden robe broke out in cold sweat when he thought of the combat strength of Lu Ming and the others. However, they had already killed one of their opponents. It was impossible for them to ease the tension. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. The young man in the golden robe roared. Since they could not ease the tension, they would kill all of them. That way, no one would know that they were the culprits. Terrifying attacks continued to attack Huang Kong and the others. Huang Kong and the others were outnumbered, and their cultivation was weaker than the other party. They could not withstand the attacks at all and were killed one by one. Soon, Huang Kong was the only one left. Kill! Kill! The young man in the golden robe continued to attack Huang Kong with his saber. Soon, a long saber wound appeared on Huang Kong's body, and his body was almost split into two. If he did not have the Phoenix combat body and the Phoenix's ability to rise from the ashes, he would not have been able to fight anymore. A Phoenix cry was heard, and a pair of Phoenix wings appeared on Huang Kong's back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and when the blood landed on the Phoenix wings, the flames on the Phoenix wings burned brightly. Swoosh! Huang Kong risked his injuries and charged out of the encirclement. He flew toward the place where Lu Ming and the others were gathered. Oh no! Chase after him! The young man in the golden robe and the others' faces changed, and they chased after Huang Kong. However, Huang Kong had used a secret skill, and his speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. The young man in the golden robe looked terrible. If Lu Ming and the others knew that Huang Kong had escaped, what would happen? Fear flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Report to the Alliance leader that Lu Ming and the others are here to fight for the superpower Purgatory Valley." At the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were staying, Lu Ming, Huang Ling, and the others were discussing something. Suddenly, someone rushed in to report. Oh no, someone has been killed. The person who made the report was a genius from the Phoenix Palace, and he looked furious. What? Lu Ming and the others' faces changed. In a flash, they appeared outside the courtyard and saw Huang Kong sitting cross-legged on the ground. His body was covered in Phoenix flames, and his body was covered in blood. Huang Ling's face darkened. She waved her hand, and the undying flame shrouded Huang Kong. With the help of the undying flame, Huang Kong's injuries healed quickly. After a while, he was fully recovered. Huang Kong, what happened? Huang Ling asked. Our men have been killed. Huang Kong immediately told her what had happened. The Sky Knife Alliance is courting death. Huang Ling's body emitted a cold, killing intent. It seems like someone has started to fight for the cultivation ground. Gather the men and let's go. Lu Ming shouted. Soon, Lu Ming, Chiao Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chun, Huang Li, and the others headed toward the superpower Purgatory Valley. They had to avenge the deaths of their men. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the superpower Purgatory Valley, more than 100 people had gathered outside the valley. It's them. They killed our men without any explanation. Huang Kong pointed at the young man in the golden robe in the crowd. Come on, die. Chapter 19:15. Lu Ming, what's the matter that made you so angry? A burly young man stepped out. He was holding a saber, and his eyes were as sharp as a blade. Wei Tiandao, Huang Ling whispered. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He had heard of Wei Tiandao before. He was ranked 4th on the King Sage board and had a terrifying imperial constitution. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was even more powerful than Luo Xianxia. It seemed that Wei Tiandao was the one who had set up the Sky Saber Alliance. Your people killed our people for no reason. A life for a life. They must die, Lu Ming said coldly. They attacked us first, and we were forced to fight back. The young man in the golden robe shouted. Nonsense. We came to Purgatory Valley to cultivate. You stopped us and said that Purgatory Valley was already occupied by you. Moreover, you attacked us and killed our people without any explanation. If I didn't risk my life to break out, I would have died too. Huang Kong shouted angrily. You are slandering us. The young man in the golden robe said. Lu Ming, it seems that there is a misunderstanding. How about this? I will give you half of the rights to use the Purgatory Valley, and we will let this matter rest. How about that? Wei Tiandao said. You want to let this matter rest so easily after killing our men? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lu Ming scolded him, and a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wei Tiandao's face darkened. He was ranked 4th on the King Sage board, and Lu Ming did not give him any face. This made him want to kill him. However, when he looked at Luo Tianyi, Qiu Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, and the others, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Lu Ming, what do you want? Wei Tiandao asked. It's simple. Those who attacked us will pay with their lives. Also, the Purgatory Valley will belong to us. Lu Ming said coldly. The young man in the golden robe was shocked and shouted, Alliance leader, don't agree. We are doing this for the Alliance. Wei Tiandao's face darkened, and he said, Lu Ming, your conditions are too much. Too much. Don't you have to pay the price for killing our people? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, I suggest that we turn this matter into a small one. Once the two sides start fighting, it won't benefit anyone. This time, you don't have the help of the Death Blade. Wei Tiandao spoke, vaguely revealing a trace of threat. In other words, without the help of the Death Blade, if you fight with me, you won't be able to gain anything. Both sides will only suffer. Hee hee, you really know how to flatter yourself. Against you, I don't need the help of the Death Blade. If you want to fight, then let's fight. After saying that, Lu Ming took a step forward. A berserk aura burst out and pressed down on Wei Tiandao. At the same time, Luo Tianyi, Autumn Moon, and the others released their auras as well. Whoosh! A shocking saber light erupted from Wei Tiandao's body, piercing through the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Perfection of the absolute saint realm. Wei Tiandao's cultivation had also reached the complete saint realm. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the King Saint list. The people behind Wei Tiandao also released their auras. 2 of them were also very terrifying. They also had king bodies. The terrifying auras of the 2 sides clashed in the air. Die! Lu Ming suddenly shouted and pointed out. A chaotic calamity finger formed and attacked Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao unsheathed his saber. Just as he was about to attack, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared around him and enveloped him. His body suddenly stiffened. Break! Wei Tiandao roared. Dazzling saber light burst out, trying to break the bubble's space-time rules. But he wasn't Xianxia. Xianxia had the eternal body and the eternal divine light. Together with the eternal rules, he could easily break the bubble's space-time rules. He was only a king body. Although his cultivation was similar to Xianxia's, his combat power was far inferior. He couldn't break the space-time rules in such a short time. Heavenly illusion. Luo Tianyi shouted and used the heavenly illusion rules. Wei Tiandao immediately fell into an illusion. Break! 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 Wei Tiandao roared. Saber light burst out of his body, trying to break the illusion and space-time rules. At that moment, Lu Ming's attack arrived. Boom! The chaotic calamity finger hit Wei Tiandao. Although Wei Tiandao used a saber light to block it, his body still shook violently and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, as soon as he retreated, another transparent bubble enveloped him. Then, Luo Tianyi's illusion shook his soul again. Although Luo Tianyi's cultivation was at the great accomplishment of the absolute saint realm, her soul was very powerful. It was far beyond her cultivation level. Together with the heavenly illusion rules, it had a great impact on Wei Tiandao. Wei Tiandao had a lot of strength, but he couldn't use it at the moment. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward. The great evolution cauldron appeared in his hand. It rapidly enlarged and smashed toward Wei Tiandao. Bam! Wei Tiandao was smashed. His body hit the ground heavily, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other members of the Sky Knife Alliance were shocked. The golden-robed young man and the others who had attacked earlier were pale. Wait, stop! Wei Tiandao roared. What do you want to say? Lu Ming stood in the air and looked at Wei Tiandao coldly. Wei Tiandao's eyes flashed with horror. It wasn't until now that he truly understood how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were when they joined forces. Back then, Lu Ming and the others were suppressed by Eternal Galaxy when they joined forces. It wasn't that Lu Ming and the others weren't strong, but that Eternal Galaxy was too strong. It wasn't until they fought that Wei Tiandao realized how terrifying Lu Ming and the others were. With the few of them working together, he couldn't use his strength at all. He could only take a beating. Moreover, there were other people with king bodies who hadn't attacked yet. If they really fought, they would definitely lose. Lu Ming, I agree to your conditions, Wei Tiandao said helplessly. He felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. No, Alliance leader, you have to save us. You have to save us. The golden-robed young man screamed in horror. If Wei Tiandao didn't save them, they would die. You have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Let's go. Wei Tiandao roared and turned to leave. The other members of the Sky Knife Alliance looked at the golden-robed young man and the others pitifully. Of all the people they could offend, they had to offend Lu Ming and the others. Following that, the other members of the Sky Knife Alliance soared into the air and left as well. No! The golden-robed young man and the others frantically chased after the Sky Knife Alliance members. However, Long Chen's figure suddenly appeared before them. His eyes were cold as he threw a punch. Bang! The golden-robed young man screamed miserably as his body shattered into pieces. The remaining people had even lower cultivations. Long Chen killed all of them in a few moves. The people who attacked earlier were all killed. Chapter 19:16. After that, the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan became even more chaotic. Various large groups fought and killed each other in order to compete for those cultivation places. In the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan, the cultivation place was the most important cultivation resource. It was extremely helpful for cultivation. Naturally, the competition was very fierce. In all of this, the teachers of the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan did not interfere. Since that day, the teachers of the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan seemed to have disappeared. Only a few people were left to maintain the operation of those cultivation places. After that, some small groups began to form alliances and gathered into large groups. One by one, alliances began to appear, and the leaders of those alliances were all powerhouses on the King's Sage board. The sacred courtyard of Yuanshan did not prohibit killing. 2 months later, dozens of small and large alliances appeared in the sacred courtyard of Yuanshan. In the mountain where Lu Ming and the others lived, everyone gathered again. Lu Ming, should we establish an alliance? Huang Ling was the first to suggest. I also think it's good to establish an alliance. Once we establish an alliance, others will come to join us and increase our strength. Ouyang Wushuang also suggested. Yes, if we establish an alliance, people will come to join us. If we get to know more people now, it will be of great use in the future. Luo Tianyi also said. Then the others also spoke one after another, feeling that it was time to establish an alliance. However, everyone was waiting for Lu Ming's opinion. During this period, almost everyone had followed Lu Ming's lead. At this moment, a message came. Heng Xinghe had successfully obtained a set of array discs in the holy battlefield, covering 100 miles of his residence. At the same time, he had established the Celestial Emperor Alliance. Many people from small alliances had joined him. Heng Xinghe obtained a set of array discs. Many people's expressions changed. During this period, we sent people to inquire about the holy battlefield's array discs. How is it? Lu Ming asked. During this period, they had also been inquiring about the array discs. At this time, a set of array discs was too useful. A set of array discs could cover 100 miles, and only martial emperors could break it. This was equivalent to having a base, and they were not afraid of being attacked. This was too important for an alliance. This meant that their safety was guaranteed. Usually, they could cultivate in the cultivation place, but it was impossible to stay in the cultivation place all the time. After cultivating for a period of time, they still had to leave the cultivation place and find a place to digest it. Living in the area covered by the array discs, there was no need to worry about their own safety. However, there were only 4 sets of array discs. Once someone obtained one set, many people would join them. Emperor Wu of Yuanshan, the Celestial Emperor Alliance, had left 4 sets of array discs in the holy battlefield of the holy battlefield. However, The holy battlefield was huge. During this time, many people were looking for formation discs. Unexpectedly, Xianxia was one step ahead of them and got a formation disc. During this period of time, we have some people Wushuang. Wushuang said, "All right, then we'll wait until we get the disc array, then we'll establish the alliance." Everyone nodded as well. Obtaining the disc array and establishing the alliance would be the best. Hung to Celestial. Hung Xianxia was the first on the King's Sage board. Now that they were the first to obtain an array disc, many people joined them. It was said that Luo Xianxiong, Luo Pokong, and Feng Wuchen from the Feng clan had joined Hung Xianxia. For a time, the Heavenly Emperor Alliance became a Leviathan existence. However, Hung Xianxia did not find trouble with Lu Ming because he did not know what Deathblade's intentions were. Lu Ming found Luo Xiang alone. He planned to use the Great Pill Development Cauldron to refine Luo Xiang's spiritual body. With Luo Xiang's potential, he would definitely be able to refine his spiritual body to a superior sky spiritual body. When Luo Xiang found out about the effects of the Great Pill Development Cauldron, he was shocked. Then, Luo Xiang entered the Great Pill Development Cauldron. Half a month after Hung Xianxia obtained the array disc, the second array disc appeared. It was obtained by the Divine Fire Alliance, led by the second on the King's Sage board. The second on the King's Sage board was called the Fire Emperor. He was the pride of an ancient clan, the Fire Tribe. After he obtained the array disc, many people joined him. Suddenly, the Divine Fire Alliance became a force second only to the Celestial Emperor Alliance. After half a month of refining, Luo Xiang's spiritual body also evolved to a superior sky spiritual body. When Luo Xiang's spiritual body evolved, it actually led to his cultivation reaching the absolute saint realm. Luo Xiang's cultivation had already reached the limit of the supreme saint realm. It was normal for him to break through by coincidence. Luo Xiang had a king body and could control one of the King Dao's laws, the speed law. When he became an absolute saint, Lu Ming and the others became stronger. At this moment, there was good news. They finally found the location of the array disc. Lu Ming immediately gathered everyone and headed to the Absolute Saint battlefield. The Absolute Saint battlefield was actually a huge array world. It had been built by the Emperor himself. Back when the Origin Mountain Sacred Academy was first opened, only Paragon Saints were allowed to enter and cultivate there. But now, the Absolute Saint battlefield had been adjusted. Even Bright Saints could enter. The entrance to the Absolute Saint battlefield was guarded by the Saint Court's elders. Entering required a large number of Origin Stones. Lu Ming and the others, a few dozen people, paid the Origin Stones and entered a spacious secret room. This secret chamber could be considered to have been reserved by them. Outsiders were not allowed to enter. Entering the Absolute Saint battlefield required one's mind to enter. Their physical body would remain outside. This was to prevent them from being ambushed after entering the Absolute Saint battlefield. Everyone sat down cross-legged. Inscriptions appeared in the secret room and covered their bodies. The next moment, they discovered that their minds had entered a mysterious space. Then, they discovered that they had appeared on a grassland. It's so real. The cultivation is exactly the same as the outside world. Even the laws are the same. Lu Ming sensed that everything was the same as the outside world. There really was no difference. This shocked Lu Ming. This array world was indeed extraordinary. Previously, when he was helping Ouyang Wushuang in the Xinyuan Empire, the first trial was also to enter a world of formations. However, the cultivators who entered the formation would only be able to form the body of a first-layer martial dominator. Their cultivation and the power of laws would not be able to be used inside the formation. But here, they could use it as they wished. It was on a completely different level. The others who hadn't entered the saintly battlefield also secretly felt it, exclaiming endlessly. It was indeed extraordinary that the Emperor had built it himself. There are many beasts formed by formations in the Absolute Saint battlefield. After asking around, one of the array discs might be on Violinate Mountain. Ouyang Wushuang said. Chapter 1917. Violent Ape Mountain? How strong are they? Lu Ming asked. Violent Ape Mountain is inhabited by a type of ancient violent ape. They are naturally warlike, possess boundless strength, and have formidable battle prowess. The strongest violent ape in the Violent Ape Mountain is at the Quasi-Emperor realm. There are many violent apes at the Saint realm. Some time ago, several alliances wanted to explore the Violent Ape Mountain, but they were all killed by the violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang explained. A quasi-emperor violent ape? Many people narrowed their eyes. With the protection of a quasi-emperor violent ape, it was not easy to get the arrayed disc. But fortunately, this was the Saint battlefield, a world of arrays. Even if they died in this world, their real body would be fine. Ouyang, lead the way, Lu Ming said to Ouyang Wushuang. Ouyang Wushuang nodded and led the way. Everyone followed. The Saint battlefield was vast and endless. After flying for a few hours, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. Roar, roar. Even though they were very far away, they could still hear the roars and howls that were filled with brutality. They had arrived at the Violent Ape Mountain. Wait a minute. Those with weak cultivation, stay outside and attract the attention of some violent apes. Those with strong cultivation, follow me and kill our way to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming arranged everyone's task. Dying on the holy battlefield wouldn't be a true death. Therefore, using some weaker people to attract some of the violent apes was the best way to make the best use of people. No one had any objections. Everyone approached the Violent Ape Mountain. Someone is coming. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed and looked in another direction. There was a group of people flying over from that direction. The group flying at the front were all young men and women in white robes. They were extremely handsome. Xianxia. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. He did not expect to see Xianxia here. They are from the ancient sacred tribe, Luo Tianyi said softly. The ancient sacred tribe was also a powerful ancient tribe. Those handsome men and women in white robes were from the ancient sacred tribe. The people behind the ancient Saint clan should be the prodigies who had allied with the ancient Saint clan. It was obvious that the people of the ancient Saint clan also wanted to step onto the Violent Ape Mountain to seize the arrayed disc. Lu Ming. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming in surprise. It's Lu Ming and the others. The gazes of the other ancient sacred tribes and the geniuses outside the ancient sacred tribes turned solemn. The battle prowess of Lu Ming's group left a deep impression on them. Now that they had encountered Lu Ming's group, it would be difficult for them to seize the disc array. Hee, Lu Ming, I didn't expect that we would meet in the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. What a coincidence! Xianxia said with a smile. What a coincidence! Lu Ming replied indifferently. Although Xianxia had helped him once in the Tsang state, revealing the Divine Son's cultivation level and secrets before the battle with him. However, Lu Ming's impression of Xianxia was still very bad. Back in the Divine Wilderness continent, the two of them were mortal enemies. Many people looked at Lu Ming in surprise before looking at Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia knew each other? I'm really impressed. How does Lu Ming know so many beauties? Logically speaking, I'm also quite handsome. Why don't I know so many beauties? Huang Li touched his head and muttered. Qiu Yu, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the other girls had strange looks on their faces. As for the other big guys from the Desolate race, they looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Xianxia smiled slightly, as if he did not mind Lu Ming's attitude. He said, Lu Ming, are you also here to snatch the disc array? We are naturally here to snatch the disc array. Lu Ming said, what a coincidence. We are also here to snatch the disc array. On account of me helping you once, how about you give the disc array to me? Xianxia said with a smile. Get it to you? On Violent Ape Mountain, there are quasi-thearch violent apes. Even if I give it to you, you probably won't be able to take it down. It's better if we rely on our own abilities. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Following that, he did not waste any more words with Xianxia. They flew to the other side of Violent Ape Mountain. If the ancient sacred race wanted to snatch the disc array, then let them. Both sides attacked from different directions of Violent Ape Mountain. Whoever obtained it would be the one with the ability. When they arrived at the other side of Violent Ape Mountain, they followed the original plan. Some of the weaker ones rushed towards Violent Ape Mountain. Soon, there were bursts of angry roars from Violent Ape Mountain. A group of violent apes chased after those people and disappeared into the distance. Bubbles. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming transmitted a message to Bubbles. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles waved her small hands, and a space-time tunnel was formed, extending to the top of the mountain. Everyone rushed into the space-time tunnel. Roar. At this moment, a terrifying roar sounded from the top of the mountain. A giant violent ape appeared. It was 100 meters tall and held a giant rod in its hand. It swept the rod towards the space-time tunnel. Rumble. As the giant rod swept across, heaven and earth roared, and the space-time tunnel collapsed. Lu Ming and the others had just stepped into the space-time tunnel. Before they could cross half the distance, they were forcefully thrown out of the space-time tunnel. It's really not working. The strength of a quasi-thearch is really amazing. Lu Ming thought to himself. A quasi-thearch was indeed powerful. The moment Bubbles opened the space-time tunnel, she was discovered and destroyed in one fell swoop. This ruined his plan of using the space-time tunnel to reach the top of the mountain. Roar. The quasi-thearch giant ape stood at the top of the mountain and roared towards the sky. Roar. Roar. The entire Violent Ape Mountain was in a riot. Loud roars sounded and violent apes appeared one after another. Some were barehanded, some were holding iron rods, and some were grabbing huge rocks. They rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. At a distance, there were huge rocks the size of houses that smashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Charge! Lu Ming shouted. Everyone dashed toward the mountain peak at lightning speed. In the process of charging, Bubbles gently pressed her small hand. The space in front of her fluctuated, and those huge rocks were crushed by the power of space. Then, those violent apes rushed over. Bubbles pouted and spat out a bunch of bubbles that enveloped those giant apes. Lu Ming and the others attacked and killed those giant apes. As soon as those giant apes died, they turned into energy and disappeared. Following Lu Ming were Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, Long Chun, Huang Li, Ouyang Wushuang, Luo Xiang, Lu Ming, and Bubbles. There were 9 of them in total. They were all absolute saints with king bodies and above. When they worked together, their speed was amazing. Regardless of whether they were absolute saints at the initial completion or absolute saint peak, they were almost instantly killed by the group. They were like a sharp knife that rushed to the top of the mountain. On the other side of the mountain, there were also rumbles. Obviously, the ancient saint tribe had also started to attack the mountain. The ancient saint tribe has come at the right time. They can help us attract a group of violent apes. Ouyang Wushuang smiled. The others smiled as well. Indeed, the violent apes on the other side were attracted by the ancient saint tribe's attack. The pressure on them was much lower. Chapter 1918. Roar. At the peak of the mountain, the quasi-emperor violent ape roared at the sky. Its eyes were red as blood. It stomped heavily, causing the mountain rocks to explode and the entire mountain to shake violently. The violent ape's huge body charged toward Lu Ming and the others like a cannonball. The giant stick in its hand smashed toward Lu Ming and the others with unstoppable force. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming pointed his finger and formed the Chaotic Calamity Finger. It blasted toward the violent ape and collided with the violent ape's giant stick. Boom! In the next moment, the Chaotic Calamity Finger was shattered, but the violent ape was also blocked. When Lu Ming was in the Great Saint Realm, he could cross realms and kill an expert in the Great Saint Realm. Although a quasi-emperor was much stronger than an expert in the Great Saint Realm, after breaking through to the Saint Realm, his combat strength had also increased greatly. He was now able to contend with an expert in the quasi-emperor realm. Chirp chirp, Bubbles stood on Lu Ming's shoulder. She opened her mouth and a transparent bubble formed, enveloping the violent ape. Roar. The violent ape roared and unleashed all of its strength to break the transparent bubble. However, Bubble's strength was enough to contend with the quasi-emperor realm. How could the violent ape break it so easily? Roar, roar. Roars could be heard from the surroundings as the gigantic berserk apes charged toward them one after another. You guys block those violent apes. Leave this to Bubbles and me. Lu Ming shouted. Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the others flashed and rushed toward the surrounding violent apes to block them. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack the quasi-emperor violent ape. He pointed his finger again, and a giant finger crushed toward the violent ape. Lu Ming wanted to take out the great elixir development furnace to refine the giant ape, but with a thought, he realized that there was no great elixir development furnace in his sea of consciousness. With a thought, Lu Ming understood. Although this array world was mysterious and unusual, it was not omnipotent. For example, it could not condense treasures that were above the level of emperor weapons. Imperial armaments were forged by martial emperors using all sorts of precious materials. If the formation world could create one, it would be too terrifying. The primal chaos, tribulation, finger crushed down. The violent ape roared and struggled with all its might, erupting with power to resist. However, it was suppressed by the law of space and time. The power it could unleash was less than half of its usual power. It was sent flying by the chaotic tribulation finger and crashed into the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled, gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Space Slicer. Time stop. Bubble flew out and circulated the space-time law with all its might. Space turned into a terrifying cutting power that slashed towards Bao Yuan. At the same time, it used the space-time stop power to restrict Bao Yuan's movements. Lu Ming stepped forward and unleashed a primal chaos tribulation finger with all his might. When the two of them worked together, the law of primal chaos and the law of space-time worked together. Their battle prowess was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it increased exponentially. The ferocious ape did not even have the strength to resist as the two attacks landed on its body. With a loud roar, its body directly exploded. After the violent ape's body exploded, it emitted a resplendent light. Within the light, 9 array discs actually appeared. So the array discs were inside the violent ape. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, he put away the 9 array discs. We got the array discs. Let's go. Lu Ming yelled and used the hell-suppressing art. 9 phantoms of the hell suppressing steel appeared and sent the 9 powerful violent apes flying. Qiu Yu and the others took the opportunity to retreat and join up with Lu Ming and the others to break out of the encirclement. Behind them, the other violent apes roared and chased after Lu Ming's group. However, they were not good at speed and were quickly shaken off by Lu Ming's group. On Violent Ape Mountain, Xin Yinjuan looked into the distance and said, "Looks like the arrayed discs have been taken by Lu Ming's group. Let's retreat." Then, the ancient saints broke out of the encirclement and left. Not long after, Lu Ming's group left the holy battlefield and returned to their mountain peak. Lu Ming stood above the mountain peak. With a wave of his hand, 9 arrayed discs appeared and emitted a bright light. One of the arrayed discs floated above the mountain peak, while the other 8 flew in all directions, forming a light screen that covered an area of 100 miles. Below, the prodigies of the Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, Thunder God Sect, and other forces burst into cheers. With the arrayed discs protecting them, they could cultivate in the Origin Mountain Sacred Court without worry. Usually, when they went to those cultivation grounds, they could go there in groups. After they finished cultivating, they would return here and not have to worry about being ambushed. Whoosh, whoosh. Ouyang Wushuang, Long Chun, and the others flew to Lu Ming's side. Lu Ming, now that we have the arrayed discs, it's time to form an alliance. Ouyang Wushuang said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. I'll make Lu Ming the leader. You guys won't have any objections, right? Huang Li was the first to speak. Then, he looked at Ouyang Wushuang and the others. Of course I have no objections. Huang Ling said with a smile. I have no objections either. Me neither. Then Long Chun, Autumn Moon, and Luo Xiang spoke. They naturally supported Lu Ming as the leader. Finally, everyone looked at Ouyang Wushuang and Luo Tianyi. Of course I support Lu Ming. Me too. Luo Tianyi and Ouyang Wushuang nodded. They were silver inheritors and had to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Why would they fight with Lu Ming for the leader position? Okay, then our alliance will be called the Dragon Alliance. Inform the Sacred Court that the Dragon Alliance will be officially established in 3 days. We welcome everyone to join us, Lu Ming said and made the decision. His eyes shone with anticipation. He had an idea to bring the Dragon Alliance to greater heights in the Yuanlu and become an overlord force. Then, everything would start from now on. The Origin Mountain Sacred Court was filled with the best prodigies from all over the world. If they were recruited into the Dragon Alliance now, it would definitely play a very important role in the future development of the Dragon Alliance. Yes, Alliance Leader. Ouyang Wushuang immediately cupped his fists. Greetings, Alliance Leader. Then Luo Tianyi, Huang Li, Long Chun, and the others cupped their fists one after another. Then the prodigies of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect bowed to Lu Ming one after another. Then everyone busied themselves with spreading the news and preparing for the banquet in 3 days. When the news spread, the Origin Mountain Sacred Court was shaken. The third array disc fell into the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It was indeed shocking. The strength of Lu Ming and the others was obvious to all. They were definitely the strongest force in the valley. Some small groups that did not join the Celestial Supreme Alliance and the Divine Fire Alliance began to consider whether to join Lu Ming and the others. It's better to join the Celestial Supreme Alliance than the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming offended the Hengxing River and will be killed by them sooner or later. That's right, and the people of the Heng family are guarding outside the Sacred Court. Lu Ming can't even get out of the Sacred Court. If he joins the Dragon Alliance, I'm afraid he will be implicated by Lu Ming. Maybe he will also be targeted by the Heng family. That would be terrible. This was the opinion of some small groups. They thought that Lu Ming and the others would be defeated by the Hengxing River sooner or later. If they joined the Dragon Alliance, they would probably be implicated. However, there were also some small groups that had the opposite opinion. They thought that Lu Ming and the others had endless potential. Although their cultivation was still low now, they would be very terrifying when they grew up in the future. Not to mention other things, Lu Ming's side even had 2 Elysian children. If their cultivation improved, would they be afraid of the Hengxing River? Therefore, some of them chose to join the Dragon Alliance. P.S. In addition to the previous accumulation and the desperately staying up late last night to write, I finally finished 30 chapters and fulfilled my promise to my brothers and sisters. Chapter 1919. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Dragon Alliance's establishment had arrived. On this day, there were dozens of banquet tables set up on the mountain peak where they lived. Early in the morning, there were people who came to visit Lu Ming and were willing to join the Dragon Alliance. At noon, the number of people gradually increased. However, it was still a far cry from the day when the Heavenly Supreme Alliance was established. Obviously, there weren't many who thought highly of Lu Ming and the others. However, what made Lu Ming and the others happy was that 2 small groups had joined them. The leaders of these 2 groups were all prodigies with king bodies. Then, the prodigies of the Ancient Sun's Sacred Ground and Purple Flame Villa all joined the Dragon Alliance. Some of the prodigies of the Purple Flame Villa had made a bet that they would serve Lu Ming for 50 years. Now that the Dragon Alliance was established, they naturally joined it. After the Purple Flame Villa people arrived, another group of people came and attracted everyone's attention. It's the Ancient Sacred Tribe. Someone exclaimed. The Ancient Sacred Tribe was also an alliance. There were more than 100 of them. At this moment, all of them had arrived. However, they were blocked outside the light screen formed by the array disk. If Lu Ming didn't want them to enter, they couldn't enter. Lu Ming, what's wrong? You won't let us in? Xianxia smiled as she walked at the front of the group. Are you here to congratulate me? Lu Ming's voice sounded. No. Xianxia shook her head as a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her lips. She said, we are here to join the Dragon Alliance. What? Many people were shocked. The ancient sacred tribe was here to join the Dragon Alliance? Some people were overjoyed. The ancient sacred tribe's strength was very shocking. In addition, there were a few people with king bodies who had allied with the ancient sacred tribe. If the ancient sacred tribe joined the Dragon Alliance, the Dragon Alliance's strength would be very strong. It might even surpass the Divine Fire Alliance and be second only to the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Xianxia to bring the ancient sacred tribe back to join the Dragon Alliance and rely on him. Back in the Divine Wilderness Continent, Xianxia and he were mortal enemies. They wouldn't rest until one of them died. Xianxuan's resentful expression was still fresh in his mind. What? Are we not welcome to join? Lu Ming, we're family, Xianxuan said with a smile. What? Everyone was stunned. Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Luo Tianyi, and the others all looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming and Xianxuan were family? Could it be that Lu Ming and Xianxuan had some secret relationship? Many people could not help but let their imaginations run wild. Xianxuan chuckled and continued, Lu Ming, you're my brother-in-law. Now that I'm relying on you, do you really not welcome me? These words caused many people to be even more shocked, especially Huang Ling, Qiu Moon, Luo Tianyi, and the other girls. Young master, are you married to Miss Nianqing? Well, they were so close back then. Now that so many years have passed, it's normal for them to get married. But why don't I see Miss Nianqing? Qiu Moon's mind was in a mess, and she felt a little bitter. Then Qiu Moon shook her head and thought to herself, Qiu Moon, what are you thinking about? Young Master and Miss Nianqing are a match made in heaven. You just need to stay by Young Master's side and serve him well. How can you be worthy of Young Master? So Lu Ming already has a wife, but why didn't he tell me? Huang Ling thought to herself, feeling a little disappointed. Luo Tianyi also had a strange look in her eyes. Among the crowd, only Long Chen was calm because he was Xianxuan's true brother-in-law. Lu Ming smiled bitterly, but he could not refute Xianxuan's words. With his relationship with Xianxing, it was only a matter of time before they got married. Xianxuan was Xianxing's elder sister, so it wasn't wrong for her to call him brother-in-law. Are you really here to join the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. Of course. Now that the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is divided and you are my family, I am most familiar with you. Naturally, I will come to join you, Xianxuan said with a smile. Don't try to get close to me. Back then, you wanted to kill me. I really doubt your intentions. Lu Ming said coldly. People change. Back then, I was too short-sighted. Now, I naturally have to look further. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, Xianxuan said with a smile on his face. Compared to the arrogant and indifferent person he used to be, it was indeed very different. You can join the Dragon Alliance, but the Dragon Alliance has its own rules. If you break the rules in the future, I will not show mercy, Lu Ming said. Of course, Xianxuan chuckled. Her position in the ancient sacred tribe seemed to be extraordinary. The other ancient sacred tribe members seemed to listen to her. Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate Xianxuan. Ever since he met this woman in Yuanlu, she gave Lu Ming a sense of danger. She was mysterious and unpredictable. Lu Ming felt that there was a terrifying force dormant in her body. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. He also felt the same from Xianxing. Then, Lu Ming controlled the disc array and let the ancient sacred tribe members in. All right, let's start the alliance. Lu Ming waved his hand. However, this was the Yuanshan Saint Court after all, and the conditions were limited. The process of the alliance was very simple. Everyone greeted Lu Ming and then celebrated. While everyone was eating and drinking outside the area covered by the disc array, another group of people arrived. People from the one only sacred palace. Lu Ming's gaze swept over. A few sky prides from the one only sacred palace stood outside the light screen. The leader was Yuji. Yuji, you have joined the Heavenly Supreme Alliance long ago. What business do you have with the Dragon Alliance today? Ouyang Wushuang's voice was heard. Do you want to change your allegiance and join the Dragon Alliance? The Dragon Alliance does not dare to accept people who change their allegiance at will. A sky pride from the Purple Flame Villa laughed. We are here today for my junior sister. Yuji snorted and looked at Autumn Moon. Junior sister Autumn Moon, come with us and join the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. If you stay in the Dragon Alliance, you will get into trouble sooner or later. Did Luo Xianxia ask you to come? Autumn Moon said indifferently. That's right. Luo Xianxia asked us to come, but it is also our own intention. There is no benefit for you to stay in the Dragon Alliance. Yuji said. Get lost. Autumn Moon scolded coldly. Yuji's face changed and became gloomy. Autumn Moon, don't be too selfish. Luo Xianxia is the grandson of a great emperor. If you go against him, you will only implicate the one only sacred palace and even your master. You really know how to talk. The matter between the younger generation actually involves the one only sacred palace and the true emperor. Isn't it funny? Lu Ming said indifferently. Yuji, don't be so dignified. You're doing this for yourself. If you can bring me to the Heavenly Supreme Alliance, I am afraid Luo Xianxia will reward you handsomely. Autumn Moon said sarcastically. Yuji's face turned red. You don't want to get lost? Then come in and have a drink. Chapter 1920. Yuji and the other prodigies from the only sacred palace had a drastic change in expression. They turned around and ran. Their voices came from afar. Just you wait. A few clowns. Huangli grinned and returned to continue eating and drinking. After 3 rounds of drinking, the banquet finally ended. Those who joined the Dragon Alliance all lived within the range of the array disk. The establishment of the Dragon Alliance and the appearance of the 3rd array disk made the atmosphere of the Origin Mountain Academy even more tense. Because 3 of the 4 array disks had already appeared, and there was only 1 left. The remaining small alliances competed even more fiercely. Killing broke out every day in the holy battlefield. After more than 10 days of competition, the 4th array disk was finally obtained by an alliance. That was the Knights Alliance. The leader of this alliance was a prodigy ranked 3rd on the King's Sage board. He was very powerful. In this way, the 4 array disks were all obtained and formed the 4 great alliances. When the remaining small groups and alliances saw this, they all joined the 4 alliances to seek protection. Because without the protection of the array disk, the Origin Mountain Academy was in danger and could be attacked at any time. There were very few people who did not join the 4 great alliances. There were only a few powerful lone wolves, such as the son of Death, Deathblade. He came and went alone, but no one dared to offend him. No matter where he went to cultivate, no one dared to stop him. He was too powerful. Now, except for Xinghe, no one could say that they could defeat Deathblade. But in this way, it was confirmed that Deathblade was not related to the Dragon Alliance. But still, most people joined the Heavenly Supreme Alliance. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Supreme Alliance was the most powerful. Someone made a ranking of the 4 great alliances according to their strength. The Heavenly Supreme Alliance was 1st. The Dragon Alliance was 2nd. The Divine Fire Alliance and the Knights Alliance were 3rd and 4th respectively. In the following period of time, the Origin Mountain Academy was even more chaotic. The 4 great alliances, in order to compete for cultivation places, began to fight and kill. It was not until a few months later that the fighting stopped. The 4 great alliances each occupied some cultivation places. The Origin Mountain sacred ground entered a period of stability. The prodigies of the 4 great alliances each occupied a place and confronted each other. They began to cultivate with all their strength to improve their cultivation. During this time, Lu Ming would also choose some reliable people and use the Great Pill Furnace to help them refine their spirit bodies and raise their spirit bodies grade. For example, the Desolate Race's 4 mid-grade heaven spiritual body elites. With the help of the Great Evolution Cauldron, all of their spiritual bodies had evolved to high-grade heaven spiritual bodies, greatly increasing their strength. As for Xianxia, with the help of the Great Development Cauldron, her spiritual body had also become a high-class spiritual body. Xianxia was originally a true dragon. With the help of the Great Development Cauldron, her spiritual body improved rapidly. The strength of the entire Dragon Alliance was continuously improving. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. At this time, a year and a half had passed since the Great Emperor gave his Tao lecture and announced the new rules. During this period of time, although Lu Ming often helped others temper their spirit bodies, he did not neglect his own cultivation. The place he spent the most time in was the Holy Battlefield. In the Holy Battlefield, he fought with powerful, ferocious beasts to stimulate his own potential through battle. Lu Ming's cultivation had also successfully made another breakthrough, reaching the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm. As for the other king bodies, such as Autumn Moon, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Long Chun, and the others, they had all made breakthroughs, reaching the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm. Luo Tianyi had even reached the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint Realm. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to make a breakthrough. It was already very fast to make a breakthrough in more than a year, and this was also because of the good cultivation conditions in the Saint Academy of Yuan Mountain. If it was normal cultivation, it definitely wouldn't be so fast. As for the divine powers, since Lu Ming's divine powers had reached 90% mastery, the improvement had become even slower. After a year and a half, Lu Ming's divine powers had only reached 93%. Every step was very difficult, especially the closer he was to perfection, the harder it was. Heng Xinghe had reached the great completion of the Absolute Saint Realm a year and a half ago, but it was definitely not that easy to take this step and reach the Boundary Emperor Realm. Celestial City was the head of the 9 great sacred grounds in the land of Yuan Mountain. Its overall strength was much stronger than ancient Moon Sacred Ground. Celestial City had a few of the biggest ancient families, all of which had been passed down for countless years. They were powerful and had a strong foundation. Heng family was one of them, known as the descendants of the Celestial Emperor. He family was also one of them. Their strength and foundation were incomparably strong, and they were as famous as Heng family. Moreover, He family and Heng family had a grudge against each other, and they competed with each other. 1,000 years ago, the two families had a terrible war, and the casualties were unparalleled. It was only in the recent hundreds of years that things had calmed down. The He family's mansion occupied an extremely vast and boundless area. In the He family's mansion, there were not only endless palaces and pavilions, but also mountains that towered into the clouds and winding rivers. It was like a country. On a mountain peak of He family's mansion, there were a few figures standing. One of them was a white-haired elder with a kind expression. Beside the elder stood a burly young man. These two people were Ice Dragon Valley Master and Tian Shui. Not far from them, there was another elder. This elder was wearing a brocade robe, embroidered with patterns of different scenery of the 4 seasons. However, he was very old, much older than Ice Dragon Valley Master. His face was full of wrinkles, piled up like a mountain. His hair was almost gone, and his vitality was dried up. However, from the moment his eyes opened and closed, there was a flash of terrifying light. One could tell that this person was definitely a very terrifying expert. However, the 3 of them were looking at the center of the mountain peak, where a young girl was sitting cross-legged. This young girl was Lu Ming's first direct disciple, Xianxia Lu. At this moment, Lu Xianxia's body was emitting a mysterious radiance. The vicinity of the mountain peak was filled with endless vitality. Countless flowers and trees grew wildly. Small trees turned into towering ancient trees, and even some ordinary grass turned into spiritual herbs with spirituality. Boom! After a moment, Lu Xianxia's aura suddenly skyrocketed. She broke through. On the side, The eyes of the skinny elder, Ice Dragon Valley Master, and Xianxia lit up, and they were all amazed. Lu Xianxiang had broken through, and she had broken through to the peak of the great sacred realm. Especially Ice Dragon Valley Master and Xianxia, who were utterly astounded. When they had escaped from the Tsang continent, Xianxiang's cultivation was at the advanced martial dominator realm. Now that a few years had passed, Xianxiang's cultivation had reached the peak of the great sacred realm. Xianxia was not even 15 years old. A few hours later, Lu Xianxiang withdrew her aura. She opened her eyes and rose to her feet. A few years had passed. Xianxia had become a beautiful young girl. Her figure was tall, and her appearance was stunning. She already had the potential to be a great beauty. Not bad. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to break through so quickly and reach the peak of the great sacred realm. Such an achievement is rare even in the entire Yuan Mountain. The skinny elder came over and said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment, Senior He Gao." Chapter 1921. What I'm saying is the truth, not a compliment. In the land of Yuan Mountain, there are only a few people who can compare to your achievements. The skinny old man, He Gao, smiled and changed the topic. Xianxia, have you considered what I said before about you acknowledging me as your master? Xianxia, thanks Senior for your kindness. However, Xianxia already has a master. Without my master's permission, Xianxia does not dare to accept another master. Xianxia politely bowed and declined the other party's offer. He Gao's face sank slightly and said, "Xianxia, you have to consider carefully. I am a true emperor. What is your master's cultivation?" Although my master's cultivation is not high, Xianxia believes that he will become a peak expert in this world in the future. Xianxia said tenderly with a firm look in her eyes. In her heart, Lu Ming was the strongest. Although his cultivation was not as high as He Gao's, he would surpass He Gao sooner or later. Silly girl, how can it be so easy to become a peak expert in Yuan continent? Moreover, he can't even protect his own disciple. What achievements can he have? He might have already fallen by now. You are still young. Don't be fooled by the flowery words of others. He Gao said with a smile. He thought that Xianxia was still a child and did not understand anything. Xianxia's face sank slightly and said, "Senior He Gao, you have saved Xianxia, Valley Master Grandpa, and Martial Uncle Xianxia. Xianxia is grateful to you. However, please do not insult my master. Otherwise, Xianxia will have to leave." All right. I will not force you. You can slowly think about it. However, you have to cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique that I will impart to you. The 4 seasons cultivation technique is very compatible with your physique. It can stimulate your potential to a greater extent. Your talent is unparalleled. I really do not want to see you being held back and wasting your talent. He Gao sighed. However, no one noticed that a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. All right. Xianxia nodded, and her face looked better. Xianxia, you and your martial uncle Xianxia should go back first. I have something to discuss with Grandpa Valley Master. He Gao smiled. All right. Goodbye, Senior He Gao. Goodbye, Valley Master Grandpa. Xianxia nodded obediently. After bidding farewell to He Gao and Ice Dragon Valley Master, she soared into the sky and left with Sky Hammer. The moment Xianxia and Sky Hammer left, He Gao's face darkened. He looked coldly at Ice Dragon Valley Master, and a terrifying aura pressed down on him. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled, and he could not help but retreat. His face was pale. He Gao was a true emperor, so Ice Dragon Valley Lord couldn't resist at all. I told you to persuade Xianxia to take me as her master. It seems like you didn't persuade her. He Gao said with a dark face. It's Xianxia's own choice who she wants to take as her master. What's the point of me trying to persuade her? If she wants to acknowledge you as her master, why would she need me to persuade her? Ice Dragon Valley Master said. He Gao snorted and said, what about when I told you to persuade Xianxia to cultivate the 4 seasons technique? Did you persuade her? Ice Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed with a strange light. He stared at Gao and said, "Why do you want Xianxia to cultivate the Four Seasons technique? You don't have to care about that. Just persuade her to cultivate it." Gao said. Ice Dragon Valley Master sneered and said, "You can kill me. No matter what, I won't force Xianxia to do something she doesn't want to do. You want to die? It's not that easy." Gao said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, Ice Dragon Valley Master's body trembled as if he was experiencing endless pain. Roar! After a while, even with Ice Dragon Valley Master's composure, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a painful roar. His gentle face was completely twisted because of the pain. Roar! Roar! Ice Dragon Valley Master kept roaring, and his body was covered in cold sweat. He stretched out his claws and wanted to scratch his body, but an invisible force enveloped him and made it hard for him to move. Soul-devouring worms can constantly bite your soul and make you suffer incomparable pain. It's 10 times or 100 times more painful than the physical body. Enjoy it, Gao said coldly. You're so despicable. If Xianxia knows about it, she'll probably leave, Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. If she wants to leave, it'll be the time of your death, Gao said coldly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared again. He felt that his soul was being bitten by a worm, and endless pain drowned him. After a while, Gao waved his hand and controlled the soul-devouring worms to stop biting. Ice Dragon Valley Master's body fell to the ground, and he gasped for breath. His body was drenched in cold sweat. "I'll give you 2 more months to persuade Xianxia to be my disciple and cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique with me. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. Also, don't try to tell Xianxia or seek death. Otherwise, Xianxia and Tian Shui will die," Gao said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared from the place. Ice Dragon Valley Master took a few deep breaths and sat down with his legs crossed to recover. After half an hour, he recovered. "Gao, why are you so persistent to let Xianxia cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique? This person is sinister and cunning. He's definitely not doing it for Xianxia's sake like he said. What should I do now?" Ice Dragon Valley Master frowned and pondered. Gao always put on an amiable look in front of Xianxia. However, after Xianxia left, he would show his true colors. Gao had planted the soul-devouring worm in him to threaten him to persuade Xianxia to be Gao's disciple. Ice Dragon Valley Master would never allow Xianxia to be Gao's disciple. However, this was the He clan. There were many strong cultivators in the He family. Anyone in the He family could kill him with his initial completion absolute Saint Cultivation. He wanted to take Xianxia and the others away, but there was nothing he could do. He might even implicate Xianxia and the others. He returned to his residence worriedly. Their residence was a huge monastery. The monastery was guarded by experts. Not even a fly would be able to get out. "Valley Master Grandpa, what did Senior Gao say to you?" Ice Dragon Valley Master saw Xianxia as soon as he returned to the courtyard. Xianxia asked curiously. "Nothing. I just asked Senior Gao about the whereabouts of Lu Ming and the others." Ice Dragon Valley Master found a random reason. His face darkened, and he said, "Xianxia, did you cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique that Gao gave you? Didn't Valley Master Grandpa tell me not to cultivate it? That's why I didn't cultivate it." Xianxia shook her head and said, Remember, don't cultivate it. Just cultivate the technique that your master gave you." Ice Dragon Valley Master reminded her. Xianxia knows." Chapter 1922. For the next few days, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley walked around the courtyard, observing the terrain and looking for a way to leave the He family. However, how powerful was the He clan? Experts were as common as clouds, and there were spiritual senses everywhere. If he wanted to leave the He clan openly, it was impossible for him to not alert the He clan. On this day, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley arrived outside another mansion. "This is Gao's mansion." The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley was stunned and subconsciously restrained his aura. Then, he saw a middle-aged man leading two young women into He Gao's door. Why do you think Elder He Gao often asks people to send young women in? And he even teaches them cultivation? The two men guarding the door were middle-aged men. At this moment, one of them spoke softly. Hearing this, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley's heart skipped a beat. He restrained his aura to the extreme and circulated his saint power to his ears so that he could hear more clearly. I secretly heard some news. I'll tell you, but you can't spread it. The other man guarding the door whispered. What news? The man from before revealed a curious expression. I heard that these women are all Elder He Gao's cultivation vessels. Elder He Gao sent these women a modified version of the Four Seasons cultivation technique. When these women succeeded in their cultivation, Elder He Gao visited these women and devoured their primordial yin completely, using it to increase his cultivation. I heard that Elder He Gao's tribulation is coming soon, but he is not confident that he can survive it. That's why he used this method to raise his cultivation to fight against the tribulation that occurs once every 300,000 years. The man behind explained softly. Hearing this, the Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley was shocked. He felt cold sweat on his back. He finally knew why He Gao had always wanted to take Xianxia as his disciple and wanted to send Xianxia the Four Seasons technique. Taking her as his disciple was fake. His real goal was to let Xianxia cultivate He Gao's Four Seasons technique. Xianxia was a living body. If she cultivated He Gao's Four Seasons technique and had her primordial yin devoured by He Gao, it would be of great help to He Gao. This was He Gao's real goal. Ice Dragon Valley Master was terrified. Fortunately, he felt that something was wrong and did not let Xianxia cultivate the Four Seasons technique. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He Gao, you old bastard, you're completely heartless. Ice Dragon Valley Master gritted his teeth in worry. He had to think of a way to escape. It was too dangerous to continue like this. If Xianxia didn't cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique, who knew if He Gao would use other shameless methods to force Xianxia to cultivate it? Ice Dragon Valley Master returned to his courtyard uneasily. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xianxia saw that Ice Dragon Valley Master was uneasy and asked in surprise. I'm fine. Ice Dragon Valley Master shook his head. He couldn't tell Xianxia about this. If he told Xianxia, Xianxia would ask He Gao in a fit of anger. He Gao would probably fall out with him immediately. He had to hide this matter in his heart and plan in secret. Xianxia, you must not cultivate the Four Seasons cultivation technique. Ice Dragon Valley Master warned again. Seeing Xianxia nod her head obediently, Ice Dragon Valley Master was relieved. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Xianxia, in 2 days, there will be a grand auction in Celestial City. Let me bring you to take a look. He Gao found Xianxia and revealed a kind smile. Okay. Xianxia cheered. She had been cultivating in the He family all this time and had long wanted to go out for a walk. I'll bring Xianxia out for a walk, He Gao said to Ice Dragon Valley Master and Sky Hammer, then walked out with Xianxia. Ice Dragon Valley Master revealed a worried look, but there was nothing he could do. Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, Lu Ming also planned to go out. In this period of time, he helped some people to temper their spirit body and consumed a large amount of holy medicine. Even the holy medicine brought by Huang Ling and the others are not much left. Therefore, he planned to go out and buy some holy medicine. For more than a year, Hung family has been sending experts to guard the surroundings of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. As long as Lu Ming went out, they would take action against Lu Ming. Lu Ming is not afraid of this. He has divine breath technique. He can change his appearance and aura. With his current cultivation, even if a martial emperor stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. The reason why he did not go out before was because he did not want to go out. If he wanted to go out, he could go out at any time. Lu Ming's appearance changed. He turned into a young man with a white complexion. At the same time, he changed into a white robe and held a folding fan. He suddenly turned into an elegant young master. Even his aura is different from before. Lu Ming smiled, stepped on the air, and flew towards the gate of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Then he swaggered out of the gate of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Outside the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard, two Hung family martial emperors have been guarding the place. When they saw Lu Ming come out, their spiritual sense swept over Lu Ming's body. They did not find any abnormality, so they did not care about him. Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard is a place where heaven's prides gather. Every day, young people come and go. Ordinary martial emperors really can't see through me. Lu Ming faintly smiled and swaggered out of the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. Not long after he arrived at this bustling place, he heard that there would be a grand auction in Celestial City today. At that time, there would be a lot of rare treasures being auctioned. Even martial emperors would be there. Lu Ming immediately became interested and walked towards the auction house. After paying a certain fee, he walked into the auction house. So many people. As soon as he walked into the auction house, he saw an extremely spacious hall. Countless figures gathered in the hall. Rough estimation, there are no less than hundreds of thousands of people. Around the hall, there are VIP rooms. Of course, they were all prepared for those who were powerful or had prominent statuses. Most of the people can only stay in the hall. Lu Ming casually found a seat in the hall and sat down. As time went by, the number of people increased. An hour later, the auction began. The first auction item made Lu Ming's eyes widen. Because it is an emperor weapon, Lu Ming sighed. Celestial City's grand auction is indeed extraordinary. The first auction item is actually an emperor weapon. However, although Lu Ming covets it, the price of an emperor weapon is astonishing. Moreover, a group of people are competing for it. The price rose to a terrifying level. Lu Ming can only look at it and sigh. In the end, the emperor weapon was bought by a person in the VIP room at a terrifying price. He is suspected to be a martial emperor powerhouse. The auction continued. The value of the second auction item is far less valuable than the emperor weapon. This is natural. In an auction, there are at least hundreds of treasures. It is impossible for each of them to be as valuable as the emperor weapon. That would be too shocking. But even so, the second auction item is also a rare treasure. Everyone bid enthusiastically. One treasure after another was bought. Chapter 1923. The 120th Treasure, a Drop of Tear of Life. On the auction's high platform, an old man who was in charge of the auction announced. As soon as he said that, the entire place suddenly fell silent. Many people's eyes lit up. It's actually a tear of life. That's an unparalleled treasure that contains endless vitality. Indeed, it can save a life at a critical moment. Many people discussed with fiery eyes. It's actually a tear of life. Lu Ming's eyes also lit up. In the divine wilderness continent, he had once obtained the water of life to heal his father's injuries and re-embark on the path of martial arts. Later on, he had even used the water of life to help Supreme Nine Yang reform his body. He had even used the water of life to refine his clone. The tear of life and the water of life had different ways of achieving the same result. However, in terms of effects, they were worlds apart. Comparing the water of life to the tear of life was like comparing a piece of scrap metal to a diamond. In VIP room number 6, it was precisely He Gao and Lu Xianxia. At that moment, Lu Xianxia's eyes lit up. She had a body of life. The tear of life was very useful to her and could greatly increase her cultivation speed. Xianxia, you want to buy a tear of life? He Gao looked at Lu Xianxia, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. Yes, but Xianxia doesn't have that many origin stones. Forget it. Xianxia nodded. Haha, silly girl. If you don't have any origin stones, I'll give them to you. He Gao smiled. That won't do. I don't accept a reward for nothing. Xianxia shook her head. Just treat it as me lending it to you. You can return it to me in the future. Later on, you can raise the price as much as you want. He Gao smiled. All right then. Xianxia thanks Senior He Gao first. Xianxia cupped her fist gratefully at He Gao. He Gao smiled and nodded, revealing a satisfied look. This was the reason why he brought Xianxia out to participate in the auction. He wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to Xianxia and increase her favorable impression of him. At that time, Xianxia would be able to smoothly cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique. The starting price for 1 drop of Tear of Life is 200,000 high-grade origin stones. The auctioneer announced, 250,000, 300,000. Immediately, the price of the Tear of Life rose steadily. Not long after, it reached a high price of 500,000. Lu Ming shook his head. Although the Tear of Life was precious, there was no need to buy it at such a high price. If Xianxia is here, I could buy it to help her cultivate. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Thinking of this, Lu Ming sighed. He wondered how Xianxia and the others were doing. Back then, Ice Dragon Valley Master took Xuanxin, Tian Shui, and Xianxia to escape. Later on, they encountered danger, and Xuanxin and Xianxia were separated. Now, how were they doing? However, the land of Yuan Mountain was so vast. Where is he going to find them? The price of the Tear of Life continued to rise. Not long after, it reached 800,000 high-grade origin stones. 1 million high-grade origin stones. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. This is Xianxia's voice. Lu Ming's gaze could not help but look at VIP room number 6. Although, in his memory, Xianxia's voice was more immature, and this voice was more mature and had some changes, Lu Ming could still tell that this voice was Xianxia's voice. Why is Xianxia here? And in the VIP room, how is this possible? Could it be that I missed her so much that I'm hallucinating? Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind one after another. 1,100,000. After VIP room number 6 called out the price, the number of people who increased the price decreased a lot, but there were still people who increased the price, and the price rose to 1,100,000. 1,200,000. The clear voice sounded again in VIP room number 6. It's Xianxia. It's definitely Xianxia. Lu Ming was certain that this was Xianxia's voice. As for why Xianxia did not recognize his voice, it was because he did not use his original voice at all. Who knew if there were any Hung family powerhouses here who could recognize his voice? Next, the price of the Tear of Life rose to 1,500,000 high-grade origin stones, and it was won by Xianxia. Yigao smiled slightly. 1,500,000 high-grade origin stones was just a drop in the bucket for him, but it was worth it if he could win a good impression. The bidding continued, but Lu Ming seemed a little uneasy. He wished that he could immediately go to VIP room number 6 to see if it was really Xianxia. After all, there were people with similar voices in the world. However, the bidding was not over yet, so he could only wait. The auction continued. Lu Ming did not have the energy to pay attention to the subsequent auctions. He was constantly paying attention to VIP room number 6. The item for auction number 216 is a primal chaos stone. The voice of the old auctioneer rang out, startling Lu Ming. There's actually a primal chaos stone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was not just him. The eyes of the others lit up as well. Primal chaos stones were born in the primal chaos before the world opened. They contained primal chaos chi and were rare treasures. There's actually a bid in this auction. Everyone stared at the old auctioneer with fervent gazes. The martial emperors in all the VIP rooms found it hard to suppress their emotions, revealing greedy expressions. If they could refine the primal chaos stone into their small worlds, it would make their small worlds even more solid and stable, making them even stronger. However, at that moment, the old auctioneer spoke again slowly. However, for some reason, the primal chaos chi on this primal chaos stone has dried up. What? There is no primal chaos chi? A primal chaos stone without primal chaos chi is just an ordinary stone. It is not very useful. I got excited for nothing. Many people shook their heads. The primal chaos stone was the most precious because it contained primal chaos chi. Without primal chaos chi, its value dropped by countless times. Lu Ming also showed a look of pity. Everyone, even without primal chaos chi, the primal chaos stone is still a rare material for refining weapons. Its material is extremely sturdy. If it is used as the main material, it can be refined into an emperor weapon. The auctioneer said again. Many people shook their heads slightly. It was just a material for emperor weapons and was not very useful. It was better to buy an emperor weapon directly. The martial emperors shook their heads and lost interest in the primal chaos stone. I must get this primal chaos stone, Lu Ming thought to himself. Although there was no primal chaos chi in the primal chaos stone, Lu Ming cultivated the law of primal chaos. Even if there was no primal chaos chi in the primal chaos stone, it might still be useful to him. All right, the starting price is 200,000 high-grade primal chaos stones. The auctioneer announced. 250,000. Someone immediately started bidding. Chapter 1924. Everyone bid for the Chaos Stone. Soon, the price of the Chaos Stone was pushed to 500,000 high-grade Origin Stones. However, at this price, the number of people bidding for it dwindled. After all, this Chaos Stone no longer had any Chaos Chi. It could only be considered as a refining material. Although it could be used to refine Imperial weapons, there was a success rate. If it failed, the material would be wasted. Therefore, unless it was a finished Imperial weapon, the price would not be so exaggerated. Soon, the price reached 800,000 Origin Stones. Almost no one bid higher. 800,000 Origin Stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The old host asked. His voice echoed in the auction hall. 1 million. At that moment, Lu Ming opened his mouth and called out a high price of 1 million. He did not bid before because he wanted to wait until later to get it in one fell swoop. The old host's eyes lit up. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Young master, you bid 1 million high-grade Origin Stones. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher?" After that, the old man asked 3 times, but no one bid. A Chaos Stone without Chaos Chi was worth 1 million high-grade Origin Stones. It was already a high price. Naturally, no one bid. In the end, Lu Ming bought the Origin Stone for 1 million high-grade Origin Stones. A young and beautiful woman came to Lu Ming with the Chaos Stone. "Young master, this is a Chaos Stone," the young woman said. She meant to hand over the Origin Stones. "May I ask if I can use an Imperial weapon?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course." The young woman smiled. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. A pair of small wings appeared in his palm. Then, the wings slowly grew larger and emitted a powerful Imperial aura. Lu Ming obtained this pair of wings from the Golden Crow Crown Prince when he killed him. That's an Imperial weapon. Many people's eyes lit up. I didn't expect this kid to have an Imperial weapon at such a young age. Some people's eyes flashed with greed. He's so young, but he can control an Imperial weapon. He must be a prodigy of the Origin Mountain Academy. Someone else said. Those words caused the hearts of those who had been greedy to shake, and they immediately gave up on their greed. The geniuses of the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard were almost all from powerful forces. If one wanted to get the attention of these people, one might lose one's life. Of course, it's possible to offset it with a monarch weapon. Young master, you can directly auction off the monarch weapon, and the excess Origin Stones will be given to you on the spot. The young woman smiled. Let's do that then. Lu Ming nodded and immediately handed the Imperial armament to the young woman. The young woman also handed the storage ring containing the Primal Chaos Stones to Lu Ming. Following that, Lu Ming's Imperial armament was auctioned off. In the end, the monarch weapon was sold for 5 million high-grade Origin Stones. After deducting the 1 million Origin Stones and the processing fee, Lu Ming received nearly 4 million high-grade Origin Stones. The auction continued, and the more precious the treasures were, the more expensive they were. Even true emperors and martial emperors joined in the bidding for the last few treasures. The price reached a jaw-dropping level, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming. Compared to those martial emperors and true emperors, his assets were simply a drop in the ocean. Finally, the auction came to an end after the last item was successfully auctioned off. After the auction ended, Lu Ming left the auction house in advance and waited outside. Swoosh! Swoosh! From the auction house, silhouettes flew out one after another and flew in all directions of Celestial City. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw an old man flying out of the auction house with a young woman. Xianxia. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although the young woman had grown up a lot and her figure was much taller, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that she was his disciple, Xianxia. Lu Ming quickly chased after them. Fortunately, Higao didn't use too much speed. He seemed to have the intention of bringing Xianxia around so that she could enjoy the scenery of Celestial City. Therefore, Lu Ming could still keep up. After following them for a while, they flew for a long distance. In front of them, Higao and Lu Xianxiang's figures suddenly came to a stop. "Little guy, why did you follow us all the way from the auction house?" Higao said coldly as a powerful aura burst out from him. This aura was earth-shattering. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. He quickly retreated 1,000 meters and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This was after the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died from this aura. "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I'm here to look for Xianxia." Lu Ming quickly spoke and revealed his original voice. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Xianxia's body trembled. She revealed an incomparably surprised expression and cried out, "Master, are you Master?" And Higao was slightly stunned. In the depths of his eyes, a wisp of ice-cold, killing intent flashed past. However, it disappeared in a flash and didn't leak out. "Xianxia, it's me. However, it's inconvenient for me to reveal my true form now." Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia. He wasn't familiar with Higao, so he naturally maintained some vigilance. "Master, it's really you." With a swoosh, Xianxia pounced towards Lu Ming and plunged into Lu Ming's embrace. "Master, where did you go? Xianxia missed you so much." Xianxia choked with sobs as tears welled up in her eyes. "Silly girl, aren't we reunited now?" "Oh right, Valley Master, where's Senior Tian Shui?" Lu Ming asked. "They're at the He family?" Xianxia said. "He family." Lu Ming's heart moved. There was a He family in Celestial City that was equally famous as the Hung family. Lu Ming naturally heard of them before. Could it be this He family? Haha, Xianxia. This little brother is the master that you often mention? At this time, Higao smiled and walked over. "And yes, he's my master." "Master, this is Senior Higao, the true emperor expert of the He family." Xianxia introduced to Lu Ming. "Greetings to Senior." Lu Ming greeted Higao. Truly a hero from a young age. "Little brother, Xianxia missed you a lot during this period of time. How about this? It's rare for us to meet. Let's go to the He family first. How about it?" Higao smiled and expressed his goodwill. "And, Master, let's go together. Grandpa Valley Master and Senior Uncle Tian Shui will definitely be very happy to see you." Xianxia pulled Lu Ming's arm with a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming nodded and followed Higao to the He family with Xianxia. After arriving at the He family, Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master were stunned when they saw Lu Ming. When they heard Lu Ming's voice, they were overjoyed. The few of them gathered together and chatted for a while. Lu Ming found out that when Ice Dragon Valley Master Tian Shui and Xianxia were separated from Xuanxin, they happened to meet Higao and were brought back to the He family by Higao. After Tian Shui and Ice Dragon Valley Master knew that Xuanxin was fine, they were naturally overjoyed. "Little brother Lu Ming, this old man has something to talk to you about." Chapter 1925. Higao opened his mouth, saying that he had something to discuss with Lu Ming, which made Lu Ming slightly surprised. Higao was a true emperor powerhouse. What did he have to discuss with him? When Ice Dragon Valley Master heard this, his expression suddenly changed, deep worry flashing in his eyes. Lu Ming and Higao left the place of residence and came to a quiet place. "You better return to your original appearance." In front of this old man, Disguising yourself has no effect. Higao was the first to speak, looking at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He already knew that Higao could definitely see through it. Higao was a true emperor powerhouse. At such a close distance, even divine breath art could not hide from the other party. Moreover, when they saw Sky Hammer and Ice Dragon Valley Master previously, the two of them were stunned at first, then overjoyed. From this point, it was not hard to guess that Lu Ming went through disguise. With a thought, Lu Ming returned to his original appearance, cupped his fists, and said, "Senior, this junior also has a reason for this matter and did not intend to hide it. What's your name? You don't have to hide it from me. As long as this old man sends people to investigate, it won't be difficult to find out your background." A light flashed across Higao's eyes. This junior is called Lu Ming. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then said his real name. Like what Higao said, since he had already revealed his true appearance, with the other party's ability, it was very easy to find out who he was. Moreover, the He clan and Hung clan had enmity. They would not tell on him to Hung clan, right? After hearing Lu Ming say his real name, Higao's expression changed and said, "You are Lu Ming, the son of primal chaos from the Origin Mountain Sacred Courtyard, the one who pulled out the Heavenly Emperor Sword and led the monarchs to war with Stellar River." The Lu Ming? Since Senior said so, then it's this junior. Lu Ming rubbed his nose. More than a year ago, the commotion caused by Lu Ming was so great that even now, the Hung family had emperor-level powerhouses guarding outside the Sacred Courtyard. That time, it even triggered a battle between emperor-level powerhouses. Lu Ming's name had already spread throughout the Celestial City. Anyone with some cultivation base would have heard of Lu Ming's name. Haha, I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've finally met you, you're truly a peerless genius, a true dragon among men. Higao chuckled. Senior, you flatter me. May I know why Senior has called me here? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. Higao couldn't have looked for him just to ask about his true identity, right? I heard that you were Xianxia's master, Higao asked. Lu Ming was taken aback and said, "That's right. Xianxia is my true disciple." Lu Ming, to tell you the truth, Xianxia's physique is very suitable to inherit this old man's mantle. Therefore, I also want to accept Xianxia as my last disciple. However, Xianxia said that it depends on your opinion. Therefore, you should persuade Xianxia to accept this old man as her master. Higao went straight to the point and spoke his thoughts. Lu Ming's face changed and said, "Senior, you want me to persuade my disciple to change her master? I'm just giving her a better choice. Lu Ming, this old man is a true emperor. If Xianxia becomes my disciple, her talent and potential will be better displayed. Moreover, you are now in a precarious situation. You are surrounded by the Hung family. If Xianxia follows you, do you want her to take the risk with you?" Higao said. This, Lu Ming showed a look of contemplation. Lu Ming, if you are thinking for Xianxia's good, you should persuade her to accept this old man. With the He family's resources supporting her, she will be able to reach the peak. Higao continued, "Senior, the matter of accepting a master is purely a personal wish. I can persuade Xianxia, but whether Xianxia is willing or not is up to her." Lu Ming said. A trace of sharpness flashed in the depths of Higao's eyes. Then he smiled and said, "That's good too. You go and persuade her first. Since you two have reunited, you can stay in the He family for a few more days." "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then Higao called someone to bring Lu Ming back to Xianxia's residence. After Lu Ming left, cold killing intent flashed in Higao's eyes. "Humph, you want to be perfunctory with this old man? You really don't know what death is." Higao snorted coldly. With his experience, he could see at a glance that Lu Ming was completely perfunctory just now. He didn't really want to persuade Xianxia to accept him as a master. I didn't expect that the master Xianxia was talking about is actually this brat Lu Ming. As long as this brat is dead, that brat Xianxia will have to obediently accept this old man as her master and cultivate the 4 seasons cultivation technique. Moreover, this brat is very valuable now. Cold killing intent flashed in He Gao's eyes. Then he took a step out and left the He family, heading towards the other direction of Celestial City. Soon, a vast group of palaces appeared in front of him. This was the Hung family. He Gao wanted to borrow a knife to kill someone, to borrow the knife of the Hung family. Who is it? He Gao's arrival naturally alarmed the experts of the Hung family. Boom! The aura of a true emperor erupted from He Gao's body, enveloping a large part of the Hung family's palaces. Let your true emperor come out to see me. He Gao's voice resounded. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the palaces of the Hung family. A middle-aged man stepped out and stood in the sky, looking at He Gao. Old Ghost He Gao, why have you come to my Hung family? The true emperor of the Hung family said coldly. The Hung family and the He family had been at odds since ancient times. Naturally, he didn't have a good attitude towards He Gao. I'm here to make a deal with you. He Gao smiled faintly. What deal? The true emperor of the Hung family asked. It's about Lu Ming. He Gao said. Lu Ming? Isn't he in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain? Do you have a way to enter the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain and capture Lu Ming? The true emperor of the Hung family sneered with disdain. The Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain was guarded by 3 great emperors. Even the great emperor of the Hung family couldn't directly enter the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain and capture Lu Ming. Who said that Lu Ming is in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain? He Gao smiled. Not in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain? That's impossible. My Hung family has always had experts guarding outside the academy. The true emperor of the Hung family's expression changed. That's because your Hung family is trash. Lu Ming is already out of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. He Gao sneered. He Gao, do you know where Lu Ming is? The true emperor of the Hung family's eyes lit up. Yes, but I can't tell you the news for free. You'll have to pay the price. He Gao said. What do you want? The true emperor of the Hung family narrowed his eyes. Tribulation transcending divine robe. He Gao slowly said. The true emperor of the Hung family's expression changed drastically. He shouted, Tribulation transcending divine robe. He Gao, you're asking for too much. Impossible. The tribulation transcending divine robe was shockingly valuable for martial emperors. It could help martial emperors overcome their tribulations. It was many times more valuable than ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures. Ordinary tribulation transcending heavenly treasures were useless for martial emperors. Chapter 1926. Every 333,333 years, martial emperors would have to face a great tribulation, each one more powerful than the last. Since ancient times, countless powerhouses, peerless emperor-level powerhouses, had been reduced to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. There were very, very few people who could live forever, who would want to die to a tribulation at the true emperor level. Thus, the tribulation transcendence divine robe that could increase one's chances of surviving the tribulation was invaluable to martial emperors. Surviving a tribulation would allow one to live for 300,000 more years. During this time, one could go to dangerous places and obtain fortune. Perhaps their cultivation would reach the next level and they would be able to survive the next tribulation. No wonder the Hung true emperor reacted so strongly when He Gao mentioned the tribulation transcendence divine robe. Let me tell you, Lu Ming will return to Origin Mountain's sacred institution soon. Once he's there, you won't be able to capture him and get the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Think carefully, which is more important, the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Robe or the Heavenly Emperor's sword. He Gao sneered. The Hung true Emperor's expression changed, seemingly considering the possibility. Give him the Tribulation Transcendence Divine Robe. Another voice came from the Hung clan's palace. Next, a white-haired old man stepped out. He was also a true emperor. He Gao's expression changed slightly as he retreated 100 miles, afraid of being surrounded. The He and Hung clan had been enemies for a long time. He naturally had to be careful. He Gao, we can give you the Tribulation Transcendence divine robe, but I hope you're not lying to us. Otherwise, the Hung clan will go all out to kill you. The white-haired old man said coldly, Give me the Tribulation Transcendence divine robe, and I'll take you to Lu Ming. He Gao said, Very well, here you go. The white-haired old man nodded and returned to the Hung clan. After a while, he came out again and waved his hand, sending a storage ring to He Gao. He Gao received it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His face lit up with joy. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could get rid of Lu Ming and make Xianxia give up. She could become his disciple, cultivate the 4 seasons merit art, and get the Tribulation Transcendence divine robe. As long as the plan worked, he had a 90% chance of surviving the tribulation and increasing his lifespan by 33,333 years. He Gao can tell us now? Where's Lu Ming? The emperor from the Hung clan. Lu Ming is my guest at my mansion. He Gao smiled. Come, we'll go with you. The white-haired true emperor from the Hung clan said, and followed He Gao back to the He clan. After Lu Ming and He Gao parted ways, he frowned. The Emperor Li was emperor to a true heavenly immortal emperor. A true emperor, taking Xianxia as a true heavenly immortal emperor's disciple, was naturally a good thing for Xianxia. But for some reason, Lu Ming felt uncomfortable when facing He Gao. He felt that He Gao didn't just want to take Xianxia as a true heavenly immortal emperor. He Gao gave Lu Ming an extremely dangerous feeling. So he promised He Gao that he would persuade Xianxia. It was purely perfunctory. I must take Xianxia and the others away as soon as possible. As long as they enter the Origin Mountain's sacred courtyard, they will be safe. But how? In Lu Ming's mind, he was thinking of countermeasures rapidly. After a while, he saw Xianxia's courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the Ice Dragon Valley Master was pacing back and forth anxiously. Seeing Lu Ming return, the Ice Dragon Valley Master was overjoyed. The person who led the way also bid farewell and left. Lu Ming, what did He Gao say to you? Did he ask you to persuade Xianxia to acknowledge him as her master? The Ice Dragon Valley Master hurriedly came over and asked. Yes, the Valley Master also knows. Lu Ming nodded and replied. Lu Ming, you must not agree to He Gao's request. Otherwise, Xianxia will be in danger. The Ice Dragon Valley Master said anxiously. Valley Master, what's going on? Lu Ming's face changed and asked. He Gao is probably using Xianxia. Immediately, the Ice Dragon Valley Master told him that He Gao might be using Xianxia to cultivate his cultivation technique to fight against the heavenly tribulation. What? Damn it. After hearing that, Lu Ming was shocked. He roared furiously, and his eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. He Gao wanted to take Xianxia as his disciple. It was not true at all. He just wanted to use Xianxia. No wonder Lu Ming had a bad feeling before. Oh no, He Gao knows my true identity. He will definitely not let me go. We have to leave immediately. Suddenly, Lu Ming's face changed. At this moment, all kinds of possibilities flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If he were He Gao, he would directly kill Lu Ming. In this way, Xianxia would lose her master, and it would be much easier for her to join someone else. He could even go to the Hung family to seek benefits, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Lu Ming was extremely anxious. Valley Master, let's go. We have to leave the Hung family immediately. After saying that, Lu Ming rushed into the courtyard. Seeing Xianxia and Tianshui, Lu Ming immediately summoned the mountain and river diagram and said, Valley Master, Xianxia, senior brother, quickly enter the mountain and river diagram. I will take you away from the He family. Master, this is... Xianxia was puzzled. There is no time to explain. Hurry. Lu Ming shouted. A white light flashed, and Xianxia and Tianshui were kept in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming, do you have any way to get out? Ice Dragon Valley Master asked anxiously. Valley Master, don't worry. I have my own way, but I need to borrow your clothes. Lu Ming said. Ice Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed, and a set of clothes appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming then kept Ice Dragon Valley Master into the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body began to change, and he turned into Ice Dragon Valley Master's appearance. Even his aura was exactly the same. Lu Ming quickly changed into Ice Dragon Valley Master's clothes and walked outside. Ice Dragon Valley Master and the others could move around within a certain range. When Ice Dragon Valley Master walked out, there were eyes looking at him secretly. However, they swept past and ignored him. After Lu Ming walked around, he came to a remote place. When he came here, there was no one watching him. At this time, he happened to meet a middle-aged man walking towards him. At one glance, Lu Ming could tell that this burly middle-aged man had the cultivation of a great sage. Lu Ming walked towards this person quietly. When he approached, Lu Ming struck at lightning speed and knocked this person out. Then he took off this person's clothes and changed into it. Then, Lu Ming's figure began to change and turned into this person's appearance. The middle-aged man was thrown into the mountain and river diagram by Lu Ming. Lu Ming swaggered out of the He family's gate. Along the way, no one stopped him. Soon, Lu Ming got out of the He family smoothly. As soon as he got out of the He family, Lu Ming's face changed slightly. He saw a few figures rushing into the He family at a terrifying speed in the distance. One of them was He Gao. They're really experts from the Hung family. Chapter 1927. Let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He unleashed his speed to the extreme and rushed toward the sacred courtyard of Xianxia. He wanted to return to Xianxia holy courtyard as soon as possible. On the other side, He Gao and the two true emperors from the Hung clan arrived outside of Xianxia's residence. Lu Ming, I'll leave him to you. I can't go in and you can't touch the girl inside. As for the others, you can do whatever you want. He Gao warned. The two true emperors nodded and stepped forward. They arrived above Xianxia's residence and scanned the area with their spiritual intents. With a single glance, the faces of the two men darkened, and a hint of anger flashed in their eyes. The two of them moved and arrived in front of He Gao. Their eyes were burning with rage. He Gao, you dare to play with us? The white-haired true emperor said coldly. Play with you? Why do you say that? He Gao's expression darkened. He didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. There's no one in the residence. You're not playing with us? The other true emperor from the Hung clan had an even uglier expression. How can there be no one here? He Gao's expression changed. Having said that, he rushed into the residence like a gust of wind and scanned the area with his spiritual intents. There was no one. There was not a single person in the courtyard. Damn it, where are they? He Gao roared furiously. His spiritual senses were like a violent storm, spreading toward the other mansions of the He family. However, he did not discover Lu Ming and the rest at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew out and landed in front of He Gao. They were the experts sent by He Gao to spy on Xianxia's group. Where are they? Where are they? He Gao roared furiously. His face was twisted together because of anger. Aren't they in the residence? We didn't see them come out. Could it be a grotto treasure? The two realized something, and their expression changed. Idiots! He Gao angrily rebuked. A cold, murderous intent flashed across his eyes as he muttered, the art of disguise. Lu Ming is proficient in the art of disguise. I didn't expect this brat to be so meticulous. I was careless. Although he knew that Lu Ming was proficient in the art of disguise, he originally thought that Lu Ming would at least stay in the He clan for a day. He had already rushed over to find the Hung clan. As long as Lu Ming stayed for a while, it would be difficult for him to escape. Unexpectedly, the moment he left, Lu Ming left the He residence with Xianxia and the others. He knew that he had miscalculated. He Gao, what tricks are you playing? If you want to trick us, hand over the tribulation transcending divine robe. Two Hung true emperors appeared on either side of He Gao with a dark expression. Their powerful auras surrounded He Gao. Gentlemen, this is the He clan, He Gao said coldly. The two true emperors from the Hung clan were shocked. Yes, this was the He clan. If they did anything to Higao, they would be surrounded by the experts from the clan. Higao, our tribulation transcending divine robe, isn't that easy to trick. If you don't return it, wait for our revenge, unless you hide in the He clan forever. The white-haired true emperor from the Hung clan said coldly. His aura grew stronger. What's the rush? I can find that little bastard Lu Ming no matter where he hides. There was a cold smile on Higao's face. Then, he began to form a magical seal with both hands. This was the seal to control the soul-devouring worm. No matter how far away he was, as long as he formed the seal, he would be able to control the soul-devouring worm and sense Lu Ming's location through the soul-devouring worm. Lu Ming exerted all his strength and flew toward the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain like a bolt of lightning. The He clan was not very far from the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. He was quickly approaching the Yuanshan Holy Courtyard. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that something was happening in the mountain and river diagram. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram. A part of his mind controlled the mountain and river diagram to continue flying toward the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain. Roar! As soon as Lu Ming entered, he saw Ice Dragon Valley Master holding his head with both hands and roaring like a beast. His face was full of pain. Next, Ice Dragon Valley Master's head slammed into a mountain, causing the mountain to shake and debris to fly everywhere. Grandpa Valley Master, what's wrong? Xianxia Bela stood at the side. She was at a loss, and her eyes were filled with tears. Poisoned. Valley Master must have been poisoned. Damn it, that Higao is vicious. Tian Chue roared. Just now, Ice Dragon Valley Master had explained the situation to them. They now understood the cause and effect. Higao wanted Xianxia to cultivate the Four Seasons technique so that he could use Xianxia's primordial yin to improve himself. How vicious! After the two of them heard this, they felt a lingering fear. Valley Master, what poison have you been poisoned with? Lu Ming came to Ice Dragon Valley Master's side and asked. It's the soul-devouring worm. Higao has returned to the He family and knows that we have escaped. Oh no, he can use the soul-devouring worm to determine our location. Lu Ming, kill me, kill me. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Damn it, how could this be? Tian Chue, Xianxia, and Lu Ming looked terrible. Kill me quickly, otherwise, Higao will catch up with us soon. The Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. His originally gentle face was now twisted together due to the pain. His head once again smashed heavily onto the mountain peak, creating a huge crater. Ice Dragon Valley Master's face was covered in blood, and his white hair was disheveled. Even with his status as a Valley Master and his cultivation of the Absolute Saint Realm, he could not bear it. Lu Ming and the other two's hearts trembled. Higao, I will kill you. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were filled with endless murderous intent. Do it quickly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. Valley Master, Grandpa Valley Master, we can't do it. Xianxia shook her head. How could they kill Ice Dragon Valley Master? Valley Master, we will reach Yuanshan Saint Courtyard soon. After we reach Yuanshan Saint Courtyard, I will find a way to ask the Great Emperor to help you get the soul-devouring worm. Lu Ming shouted. It's too late. Higao will catch up soon. By then, none of us will be able to escape. I am old, and my cultivation has reached its limit. There is no hope for me to break through in the future. But you can't die. You have a bright future. Dragon God Valley depends on you in the future. Do it quickly. Ice Dragon Valley Master roared. No. Lu Ming and the other two shook their heads resolutely. If you don't do it, I will do it myself. The Valley Master of Ice Dragon Valley roared. The saint power in his body surged wildly and rushed toward his mind. Not good. Lu Ming, Tian Chue, and Xianxia's faces changed. But it was too late to stop it. Boom! There was an explosion in Ice Dragon Valley Master's mind. Then, Ice Dragon Valley Master stood there in a daze. Valley Master, Grandpa Valley Master. Lu Ming and the other two were shocked and rushed to Ice Dragon Valley Master's side. But at this time, Ice Dragon Valley Master was no longer breathing. Chapter 1928. Ice Dragon Valley Master destroyed his own soul. Once the soul was destroyed, the martial artist would naturally die. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. His body was filled with incomparably cold, killing intent, causing the temperature in the entire mountain river diagram to plummet rapidly. He Gao, he clan, Lu Ming, will definitely avenge this. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. Although Ice Dragon Valley Master did not spend much time with Lu Ming, he was a gentle person. He had always been on Lu Ming's side, together with Cloud Dragon Valley Master, helping him a lot. This was a humble and kind elder, wholeheartedly thinking for the younger generation and also for Dragon God Valley. He chose to die in order to preserve hope for Dragon God Valley. He could die, but Lu Ming and the rest could not. On the side, Xianxia also clenched his fists. His killing intent was incomparably strong. Valley Master Grandpa Xianxia hugged Ice Dragon Valley Master tightly and cried. In these few years, Ice Dragon Valley Master had been leading them to escape. They had experienced too much and had long established a deep relationship. Now, she also understood that Ice Dragon Valley Master had long been implanted with soul-devouring worms by He Gao, but he had never told her, secretly suffered a lot for her. But she did not know about those sufferings at all. This time, Ice Dragon Valley Master chose to commit suicide, not because he could not bear the pain, but because of them. Thinking of this, Xianxia was even more pained. This hatred must be avenged. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Then, with a thought, he came out of the mountain river diagram, erupted with all his strength, and rushed towards the Origin Mountain Academy. He understood that now was not the time to be sad. Ice Dragon Valley Master killed himself. Because of them, they could not let down Ice Dragon Valley Master's painstaking efforts. Lu Ming flew rapidly, getting closer and closer to the Origin Mountain Academy. In the He clan, He Gao's face suddenly changed. Damn old dog, actually killed himself, but you can't escape from this old man's palm. He Gao shouted angrily and said to the two Hung clan true emperors, Lu Ming is rushing to the Origin Mountain Academy. Chase. Swish, swish, swish. The three true emperors, without a trace, chased after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew at full speed. He did not enter the Origin Mountain Academy, but he did not enter the Origin Mountain Academy. Instead, he flew from the side. Hung Clan's martial emperor was guarding the entrance of Yuan Mountain Saint Court. If Hung Clan's martial emperor got the news and stopped him, he wouldn't be able to enter Yuan Mountain Saint Court. In front, the Origin Mountain Academy. The sacred power in Lu Ming's body was fully activated as he rushed toward the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain. Hiss! At this moment, the void behind Lu Ming crumbled and a few figures stepped out of it. They were He Gao and the two true emperors from the Hung clan. He Gao swept his gaze and saw Lu Ming flying at full speed. God, get over here. He Valley Master. He Gao roared. He stretched out his big hand, and a big hand was formed, grabbing toward Lu Ming. Explode, explode, explode. Lu Ming roared. The Origin Mountain Academy's Origin Mountain Academy exploded like gunpowder, erupting with shocking power, causing Lu Ming's speed to skyrocket. This method could not last long. It could only last for a short period of time, and it was very harmful to the body. But now, Lu Ming did not care so much. Lu Ming's speed skyrocketed. He dashed past the area covered by He Gao's big hand and rushed into the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain. Not good. He rushed into the Origin Mountain Academy. What should we do? The two true emperors of the Hung clan had an ugly expression. Lu Ming rushed into the Origin Mountain Academy. He would be protected by the academy. No matter where he goes, I will take him down. He Gao's face was ferocious, filled with cold, murderous intent. Lu Ming dared to take away Xianxia. He deserved to die. Xianxia was related to whether or not he could survive the next great tribulation. This was more important than anything else. If Lu Ming dared to stop him, he wished he could cut Lu Ming into 1,000 pieces. And that old dog Ice Dragon, he actually killed himself. That was too easy for him. Whoosh! Higao directly rushed into Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. He stretched out his big hand, once again condensed a big hand, and grabbed towards Lu Ming. This giant hand blotted out the sun and covered the sky. This time, Lu Ming could not escape at all. But at this time, a divine light burst out from the depths of the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. The divine light was like a sword. With a slash, the giant hand condensed by Higao instantly shattered. The terrifying divine light continued to slash towards Higao. Boom! Higao tried his best, but it was still useless. He was directly blasted out of Yuan Mountain Holy Courtyard. His face was as pale as paper, and he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. A hole had appeared in his chest. The terrifying destructive power was constantly corroding his flesh and blood. Great Emperor, Higao whispered, showing a deep fear. A dignified true emperor dares to attack my Yuanshan sacred courtyard's disciple. Do you think my words are just farts? A vicissitude voice came out from the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. When the last word fell, a sound wave rushed towards Higao and the two true emperors of Hung Clan. The three of their faces changed drastically. They frantically retreated, but their bodies still shook violently. They were seriously injured, especially Higao. His injuries were even more serious. Next time, kill. The great emperor's voice sounded again, and then it went silent. Damn it! Higao roared in his heart. He looked at Lu Ming in the Yuanshan sacred courtyard, full of unwillingness. Lu Ming took away Xianxia just like that. His plan was ruined. Moreover, he was seriously injured by the great emperor's attack just now. His vitality was damaged. He was afraid that when facing the next great tribulation, his chances of surviving was even lower. He roared in his heart, extremely unwilling. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming to pieces, but he didn't dare to step into the Yuanshan sacred courtyard. The great emperor had given the order. If he stepped in again, the great emperor would definitely kill him. Old doggy Gao, if you don't die, I will personally cut off your dog head in the future. Lu Ming stared at Higao from afar and said coldly, You better stay in the Yuanshan sacred courtyard for the rest of your life and never come out. Higao said coldly, Old dog, just you wait. This is not over. Lu Ming said coldly. Then, his figure flickered and left. Little bastard, consider yourself lucky. Higao snorted and planned to return to the He clan. However, the two true emperors of Hung clan flashed and blocked Higao's path. What is the meaning of this? Higao asked with a cold face. What is the meaning of this? We didn't catch Lu Ming. It's time to return the tribulation divine robe to us. The white-haired true emperor of Hung clan said coldly. Return it to you? It's ridiculous. I've already provided you with Lu Ming's information. You've also seen Lu Ming. The tribulation transcendence divine robe is mine. As for whether you've captured Lu Ming, that's none of my business. Higao's eyes shifted as he said slyly. Now that he had lost Xianxia and was injured by a great emperor, his chances of surviving the next great tribulation were even lower. Now, the tribulation divine robe was his only hope. How could he hand it over to the Hung clan? If he handed over the tribulation crossing divine robe, he would definitely not be able to survive the next tribulation. He would die in the tribulation. Chapter 1929. Higao, you're trying to cheat us out of the Hung clan's tribulation divine robe. Be careful. A Hung true emperor shouted. His powerful aura locked onto Lu Ming. You're not qualified to take our tribulation divine robe without taking down Lu Ming. Hand it over. The white-haired true emperor from the Hung clan unleashed his worldly light. If Higao didn't hand over the robe, he would attack at any time. The tribulation transcending divine robe was extremely precious and could only be found by chance. Moreover, it was a one-time use item. After one tribulation, it would be useless the next time. Taking down Lu Ming and obtaining the Heavenly Emperor's sword would have been worth it. But now, Lu Ming and the Heavenly Emperor's sword weren't available. How could they be willing to give up the robe for free? Higao's expression was ugly. He didn't want to give up the treasure that he had obtained. Fine, I'll give it back to you. But I did provide information, so you should compensate me. Higao coldly said. Compensation? What do you want? The white-haired true emperor asked. A true emperor weapon. Higao said. A true emperor weapon. The two true emperors from the Hung clan glanced at each other and nodded. Very well, we agree. The white-haired true emperor nodded. A true emperor weapon was precious, but it was far inferior to the tribulation divine robe. Very well, I'll give you the robe. Higao put on a pained expression and threw a storage ring to the white-haired true emperor. The white-haired true emperor from Hung waved his hand and grabbed the ring. Explode. Higao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Boom! The storage ring exploded and the destructive force blew the white-haired true emperor away. A gap appeared in the encirclement of the two true emperors. Run! Higao seized the opportunity and flew out like a bolt of lightning, fleeing in the direction of the He family. Damn you, Higao, you're courting death. The white-haired true emperor of the Hung clan roared. What can you do to me if I hide in the He clan? Higao sneered, his voice coming from afar. Now, it was more important for him to transcend the tribulation. He was less than 100 years away from transcending the tribulation. At most, he would hide in the He clan for the next 100 years. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to him. The He clan was as famous as the Hung clan. As long as he hid in the He clan and did not come out, how could the Hung clan do anything to him? His figure was like a bolt of lightning as he flew towards the He family. Higao, how dare you steal my Hung family's treasure? Your He family will pay the price. The other emperor roared and chased after Higao, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, with a flash, Lu Ming's figure appeared. Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened to the three true emperors. It seems like Higao was the one who tipped off the Hung clan, using my information in exchange for the Hung clan's supreme treasure. Now, they've fallen out. Very well, He clan, Hung clan, just you wait. It won't be long before I make you pay. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the sacred courtyard of Yuan Mountain, a new tomb appeared on top of a mountain filled with rich origin energy. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tian Shui, and Xuanxin kowtowed before the tomb of the valley's master. Behind them, the other members of the Dragon League also bowed. After a long time, Lu Ming stood up and poured a jug of wine in front of the tomb. Next, Lu Ming's thoughts moved and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of the tomb. This was the person Lu Ming brought out from the He clan, also someone from Higao's mansion. Valley Lord, today, I will use the blood of this person from the He clan to pay tribute to you. In the future, I will personally take his dog head to pay tribute to you. Having said that, Lu Ming raised his blade and beheaded the person. Valley Lord, very soon, I will make the He clan and Hung clan pay some interest. Afterward, he did not stay any longer. He turned and left the place. Too much sadness was useless. Lu Ming would make the He clan regret it with practical actions. At Lu Ming's residence, he took out the Chaos Stone and sized it up carefully. As expected, it has lost the chaotic origin energy. What a pity. Lu Ming probed. He injected his saint power and the law of chaos into it, but there was no reaction at all. There was no chaotic origin energy in the Chaos Stone. However, the Chaos Stone was still a Chaos Stone. Even if there was no chaotic origin energy, it could still be used as the main material to forge Emperor weapons. Lu Ming bombarded the Chaos Stone with his saint weapon, but he could not leave a mark on it. Lu Ming refined it. At the critical moment, it might be used as a defensive treasure to block the enemy's attack. Then, Lu Ming closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. 3 days later, Lu Ming recovered to his peak. Then, he used the divine breath technique to change his appearance and left the Origin Mountain Saint Court. Outside the Origin Mountain Saint Court, there were still experts from the Hung clan guarding. When they saw Lu Ming come out, their spiritual consciousness constantly scanned Lu Ming's body, but they did not find anything unusual. Lu Ming swaggered away. Lu Ming came out for no other reason than to take revenge. He did not have the strength to fight against the He clan and the Hung clan, but he could collect some interest first. Lu Ming's first stop was Vientiane Tower. First, Lu Ming bought all the information about the Hung clan and the He clan in Vientiane Tower. He even bought the information of some of the important figures of the two clans. Of course, this cost him a lot of money. After Lu Ming took the information of the important figures of the two clans, he began to study it carefully. 3 days later, Lu Ming came to Vientiane Tower again. Vientiane Tower inquired about some information about the Hung clan and the He clan. Drunken Immortal Tower, one of the 3 towers in Celestial City. It was extremely famous in Celestial City, because the beauties of Drunken Immortal Tower were the most famous in Celestial City. Of course, there's also good wine that could make an immortal drunk. Therefore, this place had also become the gathering place of the young geniuses of many forces in Celestial City. Not only the young geniuses, even the older generation would come. He Yutong was one of the top geniuses of the He clan's younger generation. At a young age, he was placed in an important position by the He clan. Although he did not have the monarch body, he was only second to the monarch body. Now, his cultivation had reached the great sage perfection realm. However, during this period of time, he was very depressed. He was also cultivating in the Origin Mountain Saint Court, but the geniuses of the He clan did not have many achievements. They were suppressed in the Origin Mountain Saint Court. 4 sets of array discs, their He clan did not get a set. In the end, they could only choose to join the Divine Fire Alliance. Therefore, he was very unhappy. When he was not cultivating, he would run out of the Origin Mountain Saint Court, or return to the He clan, or go to the Drunken Immortal Tower to relax. In the Drunken Immortal Tower, there was a mirror-like lake. On the lake, there were sailboats floating. On the shore of the lake, there were pavilions standing tall. He Yutong was lying in a pavilion. There were 2 beautiful girls. One was rubbing his shoulders, and the other was lying in his arms. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the warm and fragrant jade. He Yutong, get out here. Chapter 1930. A loud roar broke the silence, and He Yutong's mood. Which bastard dares to disturb me? You're courting death. He Yutong stood up and took a step out of the pavilion. His eyes were cold as he stared ahead. A middle-aged man stood on the lake with his hands behind his back. Who are you? He Yutong looked at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes. He did not know this man. I'm the one who wants your life, the middle-aged man said coldly. After that, his body swayed and rushed towards He Yutong. Saint power surged in his palm and condensed into a long sword. The long sword was like a rainbow, stabbing towards He Yutong as fast as lightning. He Yutong was shocked. He unleashed all his strength, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. He slashed at the middle-aged man. Clang! The long sword and the battle saber collided, and there was a buzzing sound. He Yutong's body shook violently. He kept retreating and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Eternal Spring Law. You're from the Hung family. Why do you want to kill me? He Yutong shouted. At this time, the people on the sailboats and in the other pavilions were already alarmed. They looked in their direction and were all shocked. The Eternal Spring Law was a law unique to the Hung family. Only the unique bloodline of the Hung family could comprehend the Eternal Spring Law. The Hung family wanted to kill He Yutong. Although the Hung family and the He family were sworn enemies and had a fierce battle 1,000 years ago, their relationship had eased a lot in the past few hundred years. Although there were still occasional conflicts, there were very few people who would kill each other in public for no reason. Now, why did the middle-aged man want to kill He Yutong? He Gao, you shameless dog. You took the treasure of the Hung family and did not return it. Then, I'll make the He family pay the price. The middle-aged man said coldly. The aura on his body burst out crazily. A terrifying sword light cut through the void and slashed towards He Yutong. No, He Yutong roared madly. He wanted to escape, but his battle prowess was far inferior to his opponent's. With a slash of his sword, all of his resistance collapsed. He Yutong was cut in half, and his corpse fell into the lake. Gao, you asked for it. The middle-aged man left these words and soared into the sky, leaving this place. This middle-aged man was naturally Lu Ming in disguise. Previously, when he was at the Yuan Mountain Sacred Academy, he saw Gao having a conflict with the two true emperors of the Hung family. From the other party's words, Lu Ming speculated that Gao must have used him as a condition to obtain the Hung family's precious treasure. Later on, when the Hung family wanted to take it back, Gao refused to return it. Back then, the two true emperors of the Hung clan wanted the He clan to pay the price. Now, Lu Ming took advantage of this and attacked the He clan to provoke a conflict between the two clans. As for Lu Ming's primal chaos laws, apart from the Monarch Dao laws and the Ten Supreme laws, all other laws could be transformed. The Eternal Spring Law was not a King Dao law, so Lu Ming could naturally change it. The Hung family's expert had killed the He family's prodigy, He Yutong. The reason was that Gao of the He family had taken the Hung family's treasure. After Lu Ming left, the news spread at a terrifying speed from the drunken Immortal Pagoda. Not long after, a few elders sat in a great hall of the He clan. The atmosphere was very solemn. Bang! Gao slammed the table with fury in his eyes. Preposterous. Does the Hung clan want to start a war with us? They had received the news of He Yutong's death and were currently discussing it. It's all because of you. You stole the Hung clan's tribulation divine robe and caused this disaster. He Yutong died because of you. Another old man said coldly. What do you mean? Gao glared coldly at the old man. The old man was on the same level as Gao, so he naturally wasn't afraid of him. He sneered. It's clear what I mean. If you didn't take the Hung clan's treasure, they wouldn't have sent people to kill us. No matter what, you have to pay the price and hand over the tribulation divine robe to the clan. Within the He clan, it was naturally not a monolithic entity. It was divided into various factions. Nonsense. I deserve the tribulation divine robe. If you want it, then fight me. Let's see what you're capable of. Gao roared. A powerful aura filled the hall. All right, stop arguing. The most important thing now is how to deal with the Hung clan's revenge. Another old man waved his hand and said, At most, we'll fight with the Hung clan. Gao said coldly. It was impossible for him to hand over the tribulation divine robe. The tribulation divine robe was related to whether he could survive the heavenly tribulation, and it was more important than anything else. At this moment, they received a message at the same time. They took out their voice transmission jade talismans, and their faces changed again. Damn it, the Hung clan is too much. Are they going to start a war? A few old men roared in anger. They had just received news that 2 more experts from the He clan were killed by the Hung clan. This was intolerable. The Hung clan was obviously going to take revenge. If they delayed, many people would be killed. Let's go to the Hung clan. I'd like to see if the Hung clan wants to start a war. An old man sitting at the head of the table said coldly. Then he walked out with big strides. The other old men, including Gao, followed him out of the hall and went straight to the Hung clan. In a hall in the Hung clan, a few old men were discussing something. Who sent people to kill the He clan? Someone asked. We didn't do that. Gao might be despicable and shameless for taking the tribulation divine robe, but we're still thinking of a way. We didn't send anyone to kill the He clan. The white-haired true emperor who gave the robe to Gao frowned. The others exchanged glances as well. They didn't send anyone. So who was it that killed the He clan's people? Could it be a member of the Hung clan? The He clan is despicable and shameless. In my opinion, we should just kill them. Another true emperor said coldly. 1,000 years ago, the He clan and the Hung clan had a bitter war. These true emperors had fought against the He clan before and had a great grudge. So what if they killed a few members of the He clan? Boom, boom. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from outside the Hung clan. Powerful auras filled the air. Looks like the He clan is here. Gao took our tribulation divine robe, and they still dare to come? Tell them to hand it over. The few old men snorted coldly and rushed out of the hall one after another, heading outside. Outside the Hung clan, He Gao and the rest of the He clan's experts stood in the air. Their terrifying auras pressed down on the halls of the Hung clan. Whoosh, whoosh, figures flashed, and experts appeared in the Hung clan. Finally, a few old men from the Hung clan arrived in the air. Each of them emitted a vast aura that neutralized the aura of the He clan. He Gao, you still dare to come? Hand over the tribulation divine robe. Chapter 1931. Your Hung clan wants my tribulation divine robe. Dream on. You sent people to kill my He clan. How do you explain that? He Gao shouted. We didn't send anyone to kill your people. An expert from the Hung clan said. Bullshit. You used the eternal spring law to kill our people. Do you think we're blind? An expert from a He clan shouted. Ridiculous. He Gao took our robe, and we didn't even come knocking on your door. Your He clan only lost a few useless pieces of trash, and you're here to start a war? An expert from the Hung clan said coldly. The He clan and the Hung clan were mortal enemies. Although things had eased a bit in recent years, these martial emperors had lived for a long time and had fought each other countless times. Their grudge wasn't so easily resolved. Every time they met, it would be on the verge of breaking out into a fight. Good, very good. You killed our people. Do you think we're easy to bully? Unless your Hung clan doesn't come out in the future, ha. He Gao sneered, implying that if the Hung clan could kill the He clan, they could do the same to the Hung clan. He Gao, I'll kill you first. The white-haired true emperor from the Hung clan wanted to kill He Gao right now to take back one of their divine garments. At this time, a figure flew over and landed next to the expert from the Hung clan. Sir True Emperor, not good. The He clan is secretly killing our experts. 2 great saints and 1 absolute saint have been killed. The person reported. What? Damn it. The true emperor from the Hung clan was furious after hearing this. The He clan was here to punish them on the surface, but secretly sent people to kill them. How despicable. Nonsense. We didn't send anyone to kill your people. An old man from the He clan frowned. They clearly used the 4 seasons law. How dare you say they're not from the He clan? The person who came to report the news shouted. The He family's inheritance was the law of the 4 seasons, which was similar to the Hung family's law of eternal spring. In the distant past, the He family had even claimed to be the descendants of the celestial emperor, which was why they were mortal enemies with the Hung family. Damn it, you took my Hung clan's tribulation divine robe, and now sent people to kill my Hung clan's people. Do you think my Hung clan is easy to bully? Today, all of you will stay here. A furious Hung true emperor channeled his world force and unleashed a terrifying sword ray towards a He true emperor. If you want to start a war, don't think that the He clan is afraid of you. The true emperor from the He clan furiously retaliated. Attack! The other experts of the Hung clan also attacked. Terrifying sword lights burst forth, shooting towards the experts of the He clan. However, the experts from the He clan were all at the true emperor level. They started fighting back as well. This area was directly blasted apart. The terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc. The entire celestial city seemed to be trembling. A chaotic battle between true emperors was too frightening. Many were alarmed and flew up to watch. Oh God, those are the experts from the He and Hung clans. Are the 2 clans going to fight again after 1,000 years? In the distance, many people were trembling with fear. In the distant sky, Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned youth and watched the battle from a distance. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The truth was that his plan wasn't that great. He used the law of primal chaos to turn into members of the He clan and Hung clan to hunt down and incite conflict between the 2 clans. As long as the 2 clans calmed down and discussed this plan, it wouldn't be hard to see through it. They might even suspect Lu Ming. However, the enmity between the 2 clans was like gunpowder that could be ignited at the slightest spark. Moreover, the matter with He Gao made it impossible for the 2 clans to sit down and talk nicely. Sure enough, they attacked right away. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword light and saber light filled the entire sky. Space constantly cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black space. However, this was the Hung clan. As soon as they started fighting, powerful auras burst out from the Hung family. Terrifying experts woke up from their seclusion and joined the battle. The true emperors from the He clan were at a disadvantage. Charge back to the He clan. A true emperor from the He clan shouted. There were 5 emperors from the He clan. They worked together to attack Wuxia. However, the Hung clan had more and more true emperors. They were at a disadvantage and couldn't make it out. Attack the others from the Hung clan. Higao's eyes flashed fiercely as he unleashed a saber attack. It wasn't aimed at the other true emperors, but the palaces of the Hung clan. Despicable bastard! A true emperor from the Hung clan roared. 2 true emperors rushed out to help, but it was too late. Higao's saber light was hundreds of miles long. Countless members of the Hung family were annihilated by this saber light. A 100-mile-long crack appeared in the Hung family's palaces and continued forward. Higao, you court death. The furious true emperors from the Hung clan tried to kill Higao. However, Higao's expression was ferocious as he unleashed a few more attacks. The true emperors had no choice but to stop his attacks. Normally, true emperors wouldn't attack the weak. However, Higao wasn't confident this time because of the impending calamity. That's why he acted so recklessly and didn't care about the rules. Since the Hung clan's true emperors went to help the others, there was a gap in the encirclement. Higao and the other true emperors rushed out and rushed towards the He clan. You will pay with your blood, He clan. The true emperor from the Hung clan roared. In the distance, Lu Ming sneered. His figure flashed as he headed toward the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain. He didn't need to do anything now since he only needed to watch. A war was inevitable between the 2 clans. Not long after Lu Ming returned to the sacred academy of Yuan Mountain, in the Heavenly Supreme Alliance, Xianxia held a combat sword and charged toward the Divine Fire Alliance. In the Divine Fire Alliance, he killed the number 1 prodigy of the He family, who had a powerful king body. This matter shook the Origin Mountain Holy Courtyard. The genius from He clan was in the top 10 of the Sage King ranking. He was the number 2 character of the Divine Fire Alliance, but he was killed just like that. No one in the Divine Fire Alliance dared to stop Xianxia. The He clan was in an uproar after hearing the news. The number 1 genius of the He clan, with a powerful monarch physique and peerless talents. He was the hope of the clan and had a chance to become a grand emperor. But now he was killed by Xianxia. War! An angry voice came from the He clan. War! The same went for the Hung clan. Chapter 1932. The He family and Hung family each dispatched several thousand powerhouses. A terrifying great battle broke out in the area between the 2 families. This battle shook Celestial City. This battle was incomparably tragic. The sun and moon lost their light. That area of Celestial City was razed to the ground. That battle fought for a full day. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses before retreating separately. It was said that many experts from both sides died in this battle. Even martial emperor powerhouses fell more than 10. There were even true emperors who fell. In Celestial City, for a moment, the atmosphere was extremely stifling, because everyone knew that the great battle between the 2 families would not end like this. On the contrary, it was just the beginning. Sure enough, after this battle, the 2 families started an all-out war. Both sides sent people to attack each other's industries. Both sides were constantly clashing. At every moment, there were powerhouses being killed. The hatred between both sides already reached an irreconcilable level. The battle escalated more and more. Even true emperors would frequently kill each other. Every day, there were powerhouses falling. This scorching battle fought for a full 3 months. Hung family and He family lost countless powerhouses. However, this did not make both sides stop. Instead, the hatred became even more intense. On this day, a piece of news shook the entire Celestial City and even the entire Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. The Hung family's great emperor powerhouses challenged the He family's great emperor powerhouses. Half a month later, They would decide the victor at Heavenly Emperor Mountain. A showdown between great emperors shocked the world. Countless people were dumbfounded and extremely shocked. They did not expect that the confrontation between the two families this time would ultimately lead to a showdown between great emperors. Celestial City was the #1 holy land of the Origin Mountain Land's 9 great holy lands. Its strength was the most powerful, and as one of the few strongest forces in Celestial City, the Hung family and He family both had great emperors holding down the fort. And half a month later, the two families' great emperors would face off at Heavenly Emperor Mountain. When Lu Ming heard this news, he was also somewhat astonished. He also did not expect that things would also develop to this extent. However, this was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Wasn't his original intention to let the He family and Hung family fight each other? Use the blood of the Hung family and He family's people as a sacrifice to the Ice Dragon Valley Master. It was best if a great emperor fell. That way, it would be even more perfect. Lu Ming sneered. A showdown between heavenly emperors was something rarely seen. This matter had alarmed the majority of the major forces in the Primal Mountain. In this half a month, there was an endless stream of experts coming to the Celestial City. They wanted to witness the glory of the heavenly emperors. Time flew, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, countless people gathered towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Normally speaking, when great emperors fought, no one would dare to get close to watch the battle. A martial emperor was too strong. As long as a strand of energy leaked out, it would be disastrous. Only death awaited. Even regular martial emperors would find it hard to survive. However, it was different at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Legend had it that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was the place where the Heavenly Emperor had attained the Tao. Above it, the Heavenly Emperor's steam engine filled the air. Ordinary people could not climb up the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even martial emperors would find their cultivation suppressed. Rumor has it that true emperors couldn't fly once they entered the range of the mountain. Only great emperor elite warriors could fly when they entered the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. However, they would be greatly suppressed. The movements from the great battle would also be suppressed and would not cause disastrous consequences. Early in the morning, the sky around the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with countless figures. There were endless people with different levels of cultivation. There were martial emperors, saints, martial emperors, and even true emperors. A battle between great emperors was a rare event. It might be helpful for true emperors. The prodigies of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution were also led by a few true emperor teachers to the distant void of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Lu Ming and the others were also among them. Hiss! Hiss! At this moment, the void not far from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain suddenly split open. 2 openings appeared, and 2 figures stepped out from each of them. The 2 figures were completely shrouded in endless light. Their appearance could not be seen clearly, but there was a strong and boundless aura that spread out in all directions. Although they were very far away, at this moment, countless people felt as if a divine mountain was pressing down on them. This kind of pressure was as if they were facing the heavenly Tao. They could not resist. 2 great emperors. The great emperors of the He clan and Hung clan had arrived. The 2 great emperors looked at each other from afar and unleashed an even more shocking aura. "This time I'll kill you." A cold voice was heard. It was full of arrogance, like a deity looking down on all living beings. Lu Ming had heard this voice before. It was the great emperor of the Hung clan. He had heard it at the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution and fought with great Emperor Wuxia, boasting shamelessly, "You'll be the one to die." The other figure was the great emperor of the He clan. His voice was deep and filled with endless dominance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, the 2 figures moved at the same time and flew towards the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. In the beginning, their speed was so shocking that many people could not see them clearly. However, as soon as the 2 entered the range of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, they seemed to be under a terrifying pressure. Their speed rapidly slowed down. The closer they were to the peak, the slower their speed became. In the end, the light on the two figures disappeared, and their bodies were revealed in front of everyone. The great emperor of the Hung clan was an old man with a gloomy look in his eyes. The great emperor of the He clan appeared to be a middle-aged, brawny man. He had a tall and sturdy figure and a domineering aura. Of course, one could not judge the age of people at this level by their appearance. The two great emperors of the Hung clan and the He clan were figures that had lived for countless years. The two landed on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and faced each other. Then, the two suddenly dashed towards each other and launched a palm attack at the same time. Dong! With a muffled boom, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain seemed to shake. Even though Lu Ming and the others were far away, they could feel the violent fluctuations in the space. So terrifying. Is this the power of an elite warrior at the Great Emperor stage? This is the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, yet it could cause such astonishing tremors. Ordinary elite warriors at the Void Emperor stage could only barely resist at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. They could not even fight. Indeed, the power of the Great Emperor stage is extraordinary. Some people discussed. After the Great Emperors of the Hung and He clan exchanged a move, their bodies retreated slightly. Then, they launched another attack at each other. Once again, the two bombarded each other and exploded with astonishing fluctuations. If this happened on the outside, most likely the world would be turned upside down. Next, the two kept exchanging moves. However, they were all ordinary, as if two low-level martial artists were exchanging moves. Their speed was not particularly fast. This made many people look at each other in dismay. Were the fights between great emperors this ordinary? Lu Ming, Qiu Yu, and the rest were also bewildered. They could not tell what was so brilliant about it. Chapter 1933. Don't underestimate this kind of battle. It's the most dangerous. Each move is a collision between the great Tao and the power of the world. It's extremely terrifying. If you're not careful, you'll die. A teacher of the Origin Mountain Holy Court explained to the disciples of the Origin Mountain Holy Court. Great Emperor elite warriors control the great Tao of heaven and earth. Each of their moves is supported by the great Tao and the power of the world. This is inside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. If it's outside, a casual attack can turn the world upside down and have the power to destroy the world. That teacher continued to explain. Everyone observed carefully. Unfortunately, their realm was too low and they had not stepped into the Great Emperor realm. It was difficult for them to understand the profoundness of the Great Emperor realm. They could only watch the show. Boom, boom. In the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the speed of the two's battle became faster and faster. Their expressions also became more solemn. Each time they clashed, terrifying tremors would erupt. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain trembled slightly, and the space trembled violently. On top of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a layer of hazy halo spread out. It was extremely mysterious and locked most of the power inside. Soon, the two great emperors had exchanged hundreds of moves, and there was no winner. Then, the two took out their weapons. Great Emperor Hung used a sword, while Great Emperor He used a battle saber. Without a doubt, they were both extremely terrifying Great Emperor weapons. The two continued to fight. However, the two had the same cultivation and combat power. After many moves, there was still no winner. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, suddenly, a figure appeared on the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Everyone was shocked. Yes, initially there were only two great emperors fighting at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. How could there be an additional figure? Clearly, this figure did not appear out of thin air. He had been hiding at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. As soon as this figure appeared, he launched an attack at Great Emperor He. His attack was extremely violent and was not weaker than the two great emperors. Clearly, this was also a great emperor. Everyone was shocked. How could a great emperor suddenly appear at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Luo, it's you. You're so despicable. Great Emperor He roared angrily. Luo? Many people were shocked. There is only one great emperor with the surname Luo in the Origin Mountain Holy Land. That was the great emperor of the ancient Sun Holy Land and Daluo Heaven Sect. Lu Ming's eyes were also shining. The great emperor who suddenly appeared was probably the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect, Luo, Sanqiong's grandfather. Clearly, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect had been hiding at the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain for a long time. He was waiting for an opportunity to join hands with the great emperor of the Hung family to kill the great emperor of the He family. I told you, you're the one who's going to die today. The great emperor of the Hung clan said coldly as he slashed his sword towards the great emperor of the He clan. Facing two experts of the same level, great emperor He clan was no match at all. He was instantly at a disadvantage. Not good. Hung clan, you are despicable and shameless. The He family's people roared angrily. Their faces were incomparably ugly, feeling extremely worried. If the He clan's great emperor perished, it would be a disaster for the He clan. Without a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Hung family. They would be annihilated by the Hung family. The He family, which had been passed down for countless years, would be annihilated. All is fair in war. Don't you know that? The Hung family's experts sneered. They were overjoyed as they hoped that their great emperor could kill the great emperor of the He clan. In that case, the Hung family would become even more powerful in the future. Everyone looked at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain anxiously. If a great emperor perished, it would involve a lot of people. It would change the structure of the Heavenly Emperor's city drastically. The great emperor of the He clan tried his best to resist. However, he was no match for the two great emperors. Soon, the great emperor of the He clan was hit by a punch from the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect. His body shook and his face flushed red. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh! The great emperor of the Hung family slashed his sword, but the great emperor of the He clan barely dodged it. Die! The great emperor of the Hung family roared as his sword moved faster. The great emperor of the He clan was injured and it was getting harder for him to dodge. Puff! After a few more moves, the great emperor of the He clan finally couldn't dodge it. He was slashed in the chest by the great emperor of the Hung family. A long sword wound appeared, and his entire body was almost split into two halves. The great emperor's blood splattered all over the peak of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. The great emperor of the He clan roared angrily. He wanted to retreat, but the Daluo Heaven sect blocked his way. He roared angrily and unwillingly. If they weren't at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, everything about them would be suppressed. If they were outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the two great emperors together might not be able to keep him here. With his strength, he could escape without worry. However, it was different here at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. He understood that he had fallen into a trap. Clearly, it was the other party's scheme to fight with the great emperor of the Hung family at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Great Emperor! People of the He clan cried out in grief and fear. Could it be that today, the great emperor of the He clan would fall here? People of the Hung family were overjoyed. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain shook violently. Endless resplendent lights filled the air. Boom! Boom! Next, an astonishing explosion sound emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain as gravel flew everywhere. What's going on? Many people's expression changed drastically. Why was there such a sudden change at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Such a thing had never happened before. It's the blood of a great emperor. The great emperor's blood has been absorbed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Some true emperor figures roared. With their sharp eyes and keen spiritual senses, they had discovered this despite being far away. Inwardly, everyone was shocked. It was because of the blood of a great emperor. However, why would the blood of a great emperor cause such a change at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain? Boom! 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 At this moment, 3 waves of terrifying presence emerged from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It was the presence of 3 great emperors. Previously, The presence of the great emperors had been completely suppressed by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Now, it seemed that the Heavenly Emperor Mountain had lost its suppressive effect. Get lost! Great Emperor of the He clan gave a long roar as he unleashed his terrifying power. He slashed out with his blade and sliced open the vast sky. A space crack of unknown length appeared in the sky. Great Emperor of the He clan transformed into a wave of blade light and dashed into the space crack. Don't even think about leaving. The Great Emperor of the Hung clan and the Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect chased after Great Emperor of the He clan and dashed into the space crack. Instantly, terrifying fluctuations erupted from the void space inside the space crack. Boom, boom, boom. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain continued to shake as the radiance became more resplendent. In the end, the radiance condensed into a figure. This figure wore a white robe and looked extremely young. He seemed to be a young man in his 30s. He had a majestic figure and a handsome face. He had the temperament to swallow the world and was unparalleled in his generation. He only stood there as if he was the only one in the world. Heavenly Emperor. Could he be the Heavenly Emperor? Many people's voices trembled. Selah. The space crack appeared again as the figure of the great emperor of the Hung clan appeared. His expression was somewhat gloomy as he looked at the Heavenly Emperor's shadow above the Heavenly Emperor Mountain with surprise. Next, the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect also appeared beside him. Selah, you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.